Hey y'all. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Año, annyeonghaseyo. Konnichiwa. Guten Tag. Dos Virginia. All the other ni hao, ni hao ma. So, hey everybody. Ice Queen and Shelly P is in there. Is in the house. Yeah, it takes a minute. Well, welcome to my weekly K-pop live stream. This week has been a very interesting week in K-pop. But anyway, where are my manners? Hi, everybody. I'm Nomadic Kitty, and welcome to my channel. Hello. Oh, AKA Kiki, for those of you who don't know. My name is Kiki. I had to put the white one on. I got a purple one of these, and I'm just waiting. But anyway, I do a weekly K-pop live stream, and it goes something like this. First of all, we start with the introduction. Then we will talk about BTS updates, everything that goes on with BTS this week. Then we'll talk about HYBE. Then we'll talk about what's going on in K-pop, and then we'll talk about anything that goes on in South Korea, everything. Hello, Marie Miller. Hello, everybody. And so that's kind of how it goes this week. So we're gonna start with the introductions, and we're gonna start with some housekeeping. We're gonna start with the housekeeping and the church notes. I like to call it when I was a little kid and I grew up and I went to a church. They would have like the church introductions and the church notes like. So if you guys have not checked out my video where I talked about New Jeans and the Adore verdict, please check that out. That has been quite a popular video. Lots of comments, lots of interesting things. Please check out my shorts. I post shorts at least once a day, sometimes 2 and 3 times a day. Just depends on what's coming on. Hello, ATP 86. Hello, Katina. So yeah, make sure y'all check that out. Make sure you check out the things I post things in my posts, like news, quick hits, and stuff like that are in my post or community tab, however YouTube wants to call it. I don't know. Also, if to my members I like there, I like to give a good shout out to my members who are holding it down. So if you would like to become a member, I believe the baseline is $1.99 a month. I do give out K-pop gossip. Um, I'm going to tell y'all something very funny. There is another YouTuber that I'm okay. Y'all know I'm not into the woo woo. Okay, y'all bear with me. I'm not into the woo woo. Okay, I'm not a religious. I'm not a spiritual person. If people have religious or spiritual beliefs, I respect them always. I try to be respectful, but I'm not a very religious person. However, there is a YouTube channel called BTS Tarot that I do subscribe to, and the reason why she caught my eye months and months and months ago is because she did a post, and I can't tell you which artist it was because she reads BTS tarot. She did a tarot reading that was so accurate based on the things that I knew of that I started watching her channel because the things that she was saying, I was like, wait a minute, how she know? I'm like, wait a minute. So it's been a busy week, yeah. So that's why I subscribe to BTS Tarot. She subscribes to my channel too. Her name is Edie. So I just tell everybody, just give a shout out to Edie. But recently she has said something in her tarot reading about sugar that caught my attention. That those of you who are my memberships in my posts, in my membership posts, I weeks and weeks ago I dropped some tea about sugar, that something that I heard from somebody else or somebody else that is a wild, crazy story. And it was just amazing because BTS Tarot, she is not one of my members, but she did a couple of tarot readings. And in the past, like, couple of weeks, she has brought up this particular aspect in a Jungi sugar reading that blew my mind, that I was like, she brought it up one time and she brought it up again today. And I was like, why she keep bringing that up? So it's very, yes, it's very interesting. So BTS Tarot, if you're curious to know who I'm talking about, please, she does readings like almost every day, every other day. But she did a sugar reading today, and there's an aspect of this sugar reading that she brought up that had me freaking out because I'm like, it kind of goes along with this crazy rumor that someone told me. And somebody told me this rumor 6 months ago. But I didn't have nobody to share it with because, again, I thought the rumor sounded, it wasn't too crazy, but I was like, oh, I can see that, but I didn't really know. But so, you never know when you're hearing about he says, she said. Now, when I hear things firsthand, I tell you guys. But if I hear things second, third, fourth hand, a lot of times I keep rumors and stuff like that to myself. What rumor? Oh my God, there's a rumor. There is a rumor that somebody told me that they had learned first, second, third hand, and it's a crazy rumor. And I can't, it's about sugar, but it's a, I can tell you it's a relationship dating kind of thing. That's all I can say. And that somebody said this rumor to me, and I looked at them and I was like, "Oh, you playing?" And then BTS Tarot tonight, when she did her tarot reading for today for Sugar, there's an aspect of it that I was like, said she brought up. She is good and pretty. Shelly P, I sent her private messages because there are certain things that I have to tell her that I talk to her about that I can't really say in the comment section and I can't say on my channel. So she knows certain things. Like I'll tell her, I'll be like, girl, just because no, you can't do that. I can't. I have to do that, y'all. I have to do because it is a rumor. It is like a not a dating rumor like with another idol, but it's a relationship kind of personal thing that BTS Tarot has brought up twice in her tarot reading. um, and I'm like, bro. And I said it. I posted. If people who are members, if you go back 4 weeks ago, I posted a crazy rumor. And then, and again, BTS Tarot is not a member. She's not a member of my. She's not a member, so she couldn't see this post. But she coincidentally or not, I don't know, has brought up things in her readings that I'm like, I said that like weeks ago, and my members would know. They would go back and read it, and they'd be like, "Aha, I know what you're talking about." So those of you who are my members, y'all can go back and look at the post. Go back to about 3 weeks ago, about a month ago, and you will see the sugar tea that I put out there. And then you will, if you watch BTS Tarot, you'll be like, "Aha!" No, not me getting married. No, no, no. Yeah, I keep it under wraps until it's confirmed. Do I feel I feel yes strongly in my heart this sugar is seeing somebody. But there's an aspect, there's certain situations that have gone on that I have, like I said, if I hear it's not firsthand, I hear from a friend of a friend, I just keep it to myself. But yeah, there are things that I know that I have heard about BTS members, that I've asked people. And again, like I said, sometimes, like I tell y'all, there are people who come up to me and they send me videos and they show me things, and I have to come on here and ask y'all. I'll be like, so what is this? What is that? Cause like, and then y'all will be like, oh, da, da, da. Some of y'all will be like, what? And then some of y'all will be like, I've seen that video, or I know what you're talking about, because I don't know. I'm not on social media, and again, I'm new to all of this. So people show me things, and I'm trying to get people. I was like, I'll go ask armies because y'all, some of y'all been fans for a long time. Y'all go way back. So y'all know these things. So I had to come on here. Like I was asking y'all, I ask y'all stuff every week. I'll be like I was asking about the Kim Tae-young video and his cousin, because somebody showed me this video, and I was like, "Is this a real video?" And I was like, "I'm gonna ask people on my live stream, is this a real?" And y'all confirmed that that is a real video. And then I asked you about the concert thing, because somebody who was actually, when they were at that restaurant at a concert after BTS, after a concert, they were in a restaurant singing karaoke, and somebody showed me a video, and this was somebody who knew somebody else, and they were there, and I was like, this can't be, and I'm like, this ain't a real video, and then y'all were like, that's a real video. Hello, Samantha Davis. Samantha Davis is like, she like, chick, I want to know. Samantha Davis is like, shit, let me go sign up real quick. Because Samantha Davis is like, I want to know. So yeah, so sometimes, again, if you remember, I do post things in my post as K-pop Confidential, and like I will post things that I've heard in the industry, outside the industry. So I will tell y'all what I've heard and what I haven't heard. Some of y'all are like real like, girl, I got to know. Y'all are like, girl, I got to know. Samantha said, bitch, I got to know. But I just find it ironic. But and this week I got a whole bunch of tea that I'm going to post. This coming up week, I'm going to be posting things every other day, because I got a whole bunch of rumors out there. Not just BTS, but other groups as well that I hear things about. Or there's certain things I'll say and that I can't bring up. So, but we're going to get into it. Again, thank you, everybody. And then I have my K-pop shirt. I have my shirt on. I have a t-shirt shop. This shirt says grown and sexy in K-pop. And I have a bunch of original designs for those of you who are curious. My designs are all original. And I have a K-pop t-shirt. And there's usually links on my channel. I have like shop. and then you'll go to my t-shirt shop. So if y'all want to support the channel, that's another way to support the channel. But I appreciate everybody. But I just had to bring that up because BTS Tarot kind of freaked me out today. I was like, what, girl? I was like, okay, because she has said things that I have corroborated. So post it, girl. Post it. I'm when I get off this live stream, Shelling P, I screenshotted it and I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna repost it again so y'all can see what exactly I'm talking about. So once I get off this live stream, I'm gonna repost it again to my members so y'all be able to see what I'm talking about. And then I'm gonna leave a link for BTS Tarot for you can go to her video that posted today, and then you will put, if you watch the whole video, you put two and two together. You be like, oh shit, oh. And then, like I said, there's nothing criminal, it's nothing illegal. It's just, y'all take tarot with a grain of salt. I take the tarot thing, I take what I'm told with a grain of salt. So that's why I say I'm not a gossip channel, but I do have tea. Like, I do have things that I do be like, oh, I would really like to. And like I said, sometimes I speak cryptically and I can't tell you the name of the person or the group, but I throw your hands. Like recently, I posted a thing about the yachting thing. If you know, you know. Y'all are like, well, we on a boat? The yachting thing. If you know, you know that this is what I've heard, and it's come up a few times recently. And I was like, let me put this on here because these people keep talking about this yachting thing. And I was like, what do you mean? What we going on a boat? They're like, oh no, girl, let me tell you. I'm like, girl, I was like, is that what that is? They like, girl, that's what that is. So I posted for my members, y'all see the post about the yachting. So I just like to, and I appreciate everybody being here, whether you're a member or not a member. Make sure you thumb up and like the video. But let's get started. So we're gonna start with BT. Yeah, if you know, you know. Some of y'all already know. Some of y'all like, I know what that is. Did I see JK playing games and a couple players trying to kiss him in the game? I heard about that. I did not look. So we're gonna start out with BTS updates. We're gonna start out with JK. JK did like marathon levels of live streaming. He was on Instagram. He was on Weverse. I'm not on social media, so I don't follow. But I heard that he was playing games and that characters and there were people playing games and they were trying to kiss him in the game. I was like, y'all thirsty. Y'all up here trying all up on JK in the middle of the game. And then he was kind of like, whoa, okay. Like, yes. So I guess if you can't kiss JK in person, you can kiss him on the game, girl. So I think that's kind of endearing and kind of cute. People were like, oh, it's creepy. I said I thought it was kind of cute. Because I would probably, it's like so I would probably try to smooch JK in the game a little bit. And then I would probably take a screenshot and I would post it on my YouTube channel. Content, but that's what I would do. But yes, I heard that JK did marathon like Weverses. He wore me out. I was stressed out, worn out, flued out, strewed out. Like look, I was so tired. I couldn't even keep up with JK and his numerous live streams. I could not keep up. And so I had to I recorded some of them. I posted them on my channel just so y'all could get the English subtitles. It was too much for me. It was too much manic energy for me. JK, I do have to say it was fun. I'm glad JK had fun. I'm glad Armies, Oh, he finally found his name. That's what I heard. He finally found his name in those little cookies. You thought it was so funny they were kissing on him. I didn't see. I had to go back and rewatch clips people were posting on YouTube, and I was cracking. I was giggling so hard. But yes, he finally found his name in those little cookies. He finally found his name. I'm so happy he finally found his name because I'm like, he gonna sit there and eat up all these damn cookies. Yes, he went out and bought equipment. Like JK went out and bought state-of-the-art cameras to live stream. Like he went out and bought like the cameras that he had. Somebody was explaining to me that these are really expensive cameras. Like he bought the cameras where you can zoom in and zoom out just using like hand commands. He got like 3 different cameras. He got a microphone so he could sing in the mic. Like he went all out. And I was like, he wasn't playing. He's like, I'm finna go to the electronics store. He was gonna do it. He gonna do it big. Yeah, he would end one and start a few hours later. I was like, how are you sleeping? And then people talking about JK looks skinny. I said, JK looks skinny because he was doing promotions. He did the CK promo. He did pictures and ads and commercials for CK. So that's why JK lost a bunch of weight and he's looking real fit, is because he was doing promotions. And so whenever they're doing promotions, JK obviously is a professional. He wants to look as best as he can. So JK, people were saying he was too skinny. Now, look, JK is too skinny for me. Because you know I'm the number one K-pop chubby chaser. I like my K-pop dudes thick, 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 thick like molasses. So you know, JK right now is first of all, JK is like nephew. JK is kinfolk nephew. JK is not you know my baby daddy. JK is not you know like I want to lay up with you. JK is nephew. He nephew. And so nephew can do whatever he want to do, but I understand that he was doing promotion, so he lost a bit of weight, and he's looking a little bit too gaunt for me. He's looking a little too skinny for me. But you know, I like my K-pop dudes thick like molasses, like K-pop thick. And K-pop thick is not like regular thick. It's still slim, but thicker than like how they like these K-pop stars to be really, really, really bone emaciated, skinny. I don't like that. I don't like Sugar when he was like really, 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 really skinny. I like Sugar when yeah, I like thick thighs, Junie. Thick thighs save lives. That's his way when he doesn't. Yeah, when he doesn't. Yeah, like Jungkook was too busy trying to get fit and trying to. But when Jungkook came back from the military, his face was really kind of pudgy. His face, you know, you could tell in the military they be eating, girl. They be eating them carbs. They be eating sugar. They be eating in the military. So he came out the military and his face was a little, you know, a little round, a little, you know, you can tell because them carbohydrates. You eat carbs. Carbs gain water weight and everything. But you know, now he's starting to get back to like where he. And again, for me, I don't care if JK is 155 pounds or if he's 180. To me, JK is still on a level of things. He is still a good looking man. Like he's still a really nice looking young guy. I have to keep it kosher. I have to keep it like PG with JK because JK to me he like young enough to be like my kid, so I had to keep him, you know. And Jimmy, the same thing. When Jimmy came out of the military, he had his chubby little cheeks and his chubby little chipmunk face. I like when Jimmy is chubby, and I know Jimmy is a bit more skittish about his weight and what he looks like. And I've talked about this extensively. How Jimmy was called fat and called a pig, and I was horrified 3 months ago when this I didn't know, and I was getting online reading things from Jimin fans who were saying how badly Jimin was dogged out about his weight and his size. And I think Jimin kind of maybe has a complex about that because he seems like he's very like appearance conscious of how he looks on camera. Um, so yeah, I could see, you know, but I didn't think JK was too that skinny. I was, you know, and then Kim Tae-young. Kim Tae-young has always been a thing. Kim Tae-young is just, you know, he's just Kim Tae-young don't even do live streams no more. Kim Tae-young just be on the live stream like, Anyo, Annyeonghaseyo. Kim Tae-young be all up in the damn camera. Y'all know how I feel about Kim Tae-young. Kim Tae-young be like, he be like, let me open this. Let me get some water open. Oh. Kim Tae-young be opening the water. I just be like, sir, are you flexing while opening the water? Sir, are you, sir? Yeah, I love that V got some weight on him now. I love V that V is in love with his body. And baby, I said with V, if you like it, I love it, V. If you love it, I really love it. Because V is so in love with his physique and how nice he looking and his little shape and his little thin waist, his V shape. He got a V-shaped body now. Where his shoulders and his chesticles is broad and his waist is skin. V is loving. V is in his Renaissance era now. So yes, JK, I was happy to see him gaming. But speaking of V, let's talk about V. So V, and I called it too. I'm gonna dance a little bit. Hey. For those of you who are members, if you know, like 2 months of when the BTS first got out the military, like around in August, I put a post in my post as well saying that there's a BTS member that had several beauty brand deals coming up. And I said I didn't know which one, but obviously it was V. So V has Tier, which my sister-in-law Jennifer, shout out Jennifer if you're out there. I don't know if she's watching. Jennifer went out tonight. So Tier, which is a Korean brand, which I'd barely heard of, but I went and looked up. It's a Japanese brand. They do makeup and they do also like skincare products. And Youth, which is a Japanese brand that I've never heard of, but they both have selected Kim Tae-young V as their brand ambassador. Their stock prices shot up. Jennifer was visibly mad today. Jennifer's like, "Damn it," because she feel like that they're gonna hike the prices, which normally is what happens. So Jennifer was kind of y'all. Jennifer was mad today. Jennifer's like, "Damn you, Kim Tae-young." She was like, "Army." She was mad at Army today. I said, "Calm down, Jennifer." She said, "No, because they're gonna raise the price." Because yes, the stock prices has went up for both companies. And Jennifer said, "Well, normally when this kind of stuff happens, they raise the prices." But Jennifer has a whole arsenal of tier things. Now, I love Korean beauty brands. I gave up on American beauty brands over a year ago. I don't use none of this American made ish. If it's made in America or Europe, I don't use it. If it ain't made in Korea, I don't use it. So that's just me. Korea has some of the best beauty brands on the market. They have probably the best skincare. So I did order a tier cleanser. It hasn't came yet. It was supposed to come today, but I think it's going to come tomorrow or Monday. So I'm going to do a live stream where I'm going to come on here and clean my face. Same thing with Jin. When Jin had his brand endorsement with Lalange or whatever, I came on there and did it. You know, who took a trip to Hawaii? J-Hope or Kim Tae-young? Did somebody took a trip to Hawaii? I kept hearing about Hawaii. Who went to Hawaii? Oh, V went to Hawaii. He probably needed a vacation. Oh, I didn't know. Oh wow. But yes, I ordered tier cleanser and I'm gonna come on here and do the cleanser. Again, I have a video from last year where I did Jin's pore cleanser and I loved it. It's made out of rice milk and I loved it. So I'm gonna come on here for live stream and do an extra live stream and I'm gonna put the stuff on my face because y'all know I love facial stuff. Some of y'all came to my channel while I was on here doing stuff. You will watch that live because you want to buy some. This is my first time trying a tier product, so we're gonna see it together. So V is just like, and I have to say that I am very happy to see a man endorsing a beauty brand. You don't really see that a lot in the West, a man endorsing a beauty brand, so I love it. If anybody can endorse a beauty brand, it would be any member of BTS. But I love to see a man endorsing a beauty brand because again, with in Korea, face stuff is universal. It's not like just for women. Men cleanse their face, especially K-pop idols. They spend a lot of time at the dermatologist. They spend a lot of time cleaning. I told y'all about K-idols. K-idols know how to do makeup. I said this is one of the weirdest, quirkiest things about it. There are a lot of things. I'm gonna do a video where a lot of quirky things about K-idols that y'all don't know. But one of the weirdest, quirkiest things I learned about K-idols is that number one, they can dye their own hair. Like a lot of the dudes. The women too, but the men. The men know how to do their own hair. They even know how to dye their own hair. So I thought that was weird. Like I was like, wait, what? Because I don't know many dudes that know how to dye their own hair, like just regular schmegular guys. Like I know salon, like, stylists, male stylists. And then also K-idols, all of them know how to do their own makeup or each other's makeup. That blew my mind. That blew my mind. I was like, what? They all know how to do makeup. I love the J-Hope. The reason why I start wearing masks is because of K-pop. I may get my mask out tonight. I'll be like, I may get my mask out tonight. I'll be like, let me put my mask on. Because I do the mask. I have a whole box of them from South Korea. Like I have a box of 40. And my kids use them and I use them. My son went to the store and bought some skin cleansing products on his own. So I have to, I'm paying it forward. I'm passing it to the next generation, I'm past. Hello, Felix is under the bed. Hey, what's up? And JK did it on camera. Did he do his make? Yes. All of the idols that I've ever known of from what I know in the industry, they all know how to do their own makeup and their own hair. They know how to dye their own hair. A lot of them do. A lot of them know how to touch up their own hair. When you're out on tour, and a lot of times, especially like ATP was saying, yes, especially when they're rookies, especially when they come from small agencies. Now, if you have large agencies, it's a different story. But these new groups that come from small agencies that are always on tour, busy, they will be in their hotel room touching up their hair. Like, so if they have like a blonde hair or something, they will do their roots. They learn early how to do their hair. So yes, they learn how to style their hair, how to do their makeup, how to color their hair, how to redo their roots. Idols, I don't know any idol group that hasn't been through this at one time, especially when they're out on tour a lot. And some of these groups don't have the money or the budgets to have the stylist. Your brother said hi. Hello. Hello, brother. Hello. Hello, brother. So a lot of these idols don't have the funds to have a stylist come around with them. And then sometimes when they're on vacation or break, the idols have been known to dye their own hair if they have the freedom to do so. That they will just be on vacation, they'll just dye their own hair, or they'll dye it back black or something like that. And so sometimes, yeah, I find that very interesting that the idols. And so I love that V is representing Tier Tier and Youth. And I find it I great that he is like actually modeling like foundation and makeup, because again, if you go to Seoul, depending on what circles you run into, even the regular smegular guys in Seoul are into beauty care and skincare and even wear makeup, you know. BTS members have the best skin. They have a good dermatologist too. Most idols go see a dermatologist pretty often. They pretty often to get their facially like professionally cleansed. They have like these. Okay, I'm gonna buy. I don't know what it's called. Okay, so in South Korea, they have it to where you go to the dermatologist. It's a whole mood, girl. I could talk about this all day. I have to come on here and talk about this because they have these masks that you put on your face that pulsates light. It's like this kind of infrared light, and I want to buy one because you can buy one at the house. And I was like, I really want to buy one because you can buy it online. And so, yeah, like you go to South Korea, you go to when they go to dermatologist, it's a whole thing. It's like stuff that like a dermatologist in America. I go to a dermatologist. That this stuff that you would never even like even reckon. I go to dermatologists all the time. I actually have. Is it a red light? Yeah, I think it's a red. It's like a pulsing red light. And they keep telling me, and then like in America, people don't know what I'm talking about. And I show it to them, and they're like, "What is that?" And my dermatologist is like, "I don't know what that is." So there's certain dermatologists you have to like go to. I'm in Dallas. I'd have to travel like to Dallas to go to like a real good one, like one of those bougie ones. But you know, but they have like this mask you put on, and it like pulsates light. You know, yeah, it's like a red light therapy. Yes, that's for your skin anyway. But like I'm a beauty. Again, I am a skincare person. I have horrible ass skin. Believe it or not, I have horrible skin, and so people would you would never even know it. Like you would never, because I have to work hard to keep my skin. I have a whole beauty routine, and my kids are routine because like I still have acne. I still have acne. Just let that sink in. My old ass still got acne. Like people be like, but your skin is so nice, and I'm like, because I don't wear makeup, y'all. So, oh, you think my skin is beautiful? Your skin got worse you get older. My skin is kind of maintaining, but I'm thinking like, okay, when I get older, I am not gonna have any acne, and bitch, I'm gonna be free. And then like my skin is like, no, you're not. They like, girl, where you think you? My skin's like, hold on, where you think you going? Come back here. Come back here. But yes, I have good skin because I have to work hard. Like I have to work hard at it. I just be scrubbing and I have like a whole routine to keep my to keep me looking fairly some semblance of young. But to me, like the way I look, it just depends on like what I'm wearing and whether I have my hair done and all that kind of stuff. Because like I did a video where I did Adore and Hee Jin, and so that's still me wearing no makeup though. That was just me in different lighting, and then I have my hair on and everything. But you know, people like, but people still think I'm young. People think I'm like some little kid, especially with the braces. You know, yeah, yeah. I ain't found teeth. Uh, uh. These braces don't help. Like people really think I'm like a young person. Like I have to school some people because some people be talking to me, and I'm just be like, "How old do you think I am?" I'm like, "Child, I be old enough to be their mama," and they be thinking I'm some like I don't some 30, 40-year old. Adult acne is the devil. Yeah. And then like I said, normally I forgot to put my rubber bands, but I had these rubber bands that I gotta wear too. And I didn't even have messed up teeth. I had an extra tooth that they had to take off. And so they had to like close the gap. And it's just, y'all, I've had braces for 3 years now. So just, you know, by the way. But yes, I love my skincare. So I will do a live stream where I will come on here with and I will do a whole skincare routine. I will show y'all what I do. And like I said, I don't wear any makeup. Like I thoroughly disencourage my daughter from she's 12 she's almost 12 going down the makeup train. Like I may do some eyeliner or something like that, but I don't do makeup. Makeup makes my skin break out real. Like if I wear it, I don't wear makeup. It has to be really special. Even when I used to wear makeup when I go to K-pop concerts, but I would just sweat. And then like the next couple of days I'll start breaking out. But yeah, this is just me. So this is me. And then I'm gonna tell y'all something else. Since I'm all the way. We're talking about BTS. Get off topic. When I talk to Asian dudes, and especially when I have my eyeliner on, like a lot of people have asked me, and my son when he was little, like a lot of people would ask me, was I part Asian? Did I have Asian in me somewhere? And I'm like, no, it's just my eyes are that. Especially when I have my eyeliner, my eyes are just naturally like this. It's weird. You 31, and all my doctors ask need. After I asked need to get out of school. Oh, you just put some water in your face and go about your day. Felix, Felix, under your bed is a real one. She's just like, I just throw some water on girl and just go. And ever since I was 12 years old, I have had a routine. And when I was younger, I had real bad oily skin. And then on top of that, I work out. So I work out like 4 or 5 days a week. And so when I work out, it like I really have to like scrub my face. And then if I wear makeup, I have to scrub my face till it's red. And then she told me, no, she said, girl, I'm broke. Girl, I'm with you, girl. Oh, you would love that skin routine video? I'm gonna do it, y'all, because that's something I love the skin routine. Like I love it. And like I said, my kids do it. My kids have a skin routine. Ever since they were little, like 5 years old, I'm like, okay, scrub your face. My kids are like, when they were little. Yeah. My kids had a skin routine when they was little. So now since they're getting older and they're getting acne, I have to get on them, because I have to take them to a dermatologist and all that. But yeah, I've had quite a few Asian people ask me. They're like, "Are you part Asian?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, it's just natural. And people ask my son that too, but my son's real. Like he don't like. I don't think me and my son look alike. Y'all saw a picture of my son. I don't think we really look alike. Y'all see a picture of my son. My son going through his Timothy Chalamet era. He's like, going through his Timothy Chalamet. Hello, Susanna. Susanna. But yes, I am proud of V. I like that ad. The tier ad was child. He was looking good. Kim Tae Young always look good though. So there you go. So we're gonna mark him off the list because y'all know I gotta keep a list. Just okay, so what about RM? You showed my son about skincare. Yeah. I try to give my kids habits because I just felt like my kids were gonna some kid is gonna inherit my bad skin. And then my late husband, like he had bad skin too, but he didn't take care of it, so I don't know. But I know my sister-in-law, she is the skin person, but she wears makeup all the time. But she got a whole arsenal of tier stuff, like a whole arsenal. She sent me a picture. I was like, damn, girl, I ain't trying to spend that much money, girl. I'm cheap, so I ain't trying to spend that much money. But I do have a mini arsenal of things, and I will show you guys on the live stream sometime. I don't know, it'll probably be maybe Friday night, maybe. Speaking of, sorry, you guys, I'm getting off track. Next Saturday, I'm going to a K-Fest. I'm going to a K-pop convention next Saturday. And I'm going to try to broadcast live. And I'm going to try to do my live stream. I'm going to try to do my live stream. But if I have to reschedule for Sunday night, I'll have to reschedule. But I'll just see how tired I am and how long. But yes, me and Jennifer are going to a K-pop K-Fest in Dallas. So I will try to, you know. Felix Hunter says she only spend money on K-pop merch, girl. You know that's right. But yes, next weekend I will be at K Fest, and so on Saturday. So I will try. I may just take some videos and just edit it later on and then post it on Sunday. But we'll see how it goes. If I'm not too exhausted, then I'll do my live stream. But if I'm too exhausted, y'all, I'm just gonna be like, I can't do it. I've been going all day. But I'm gonna try to take some good video. This is my first year going to a K Fest in Dallas. My first year. I didn't even know. Yeah, it sounds fun. I told Jennifer we're going. Namjoon was out and about. Yes, speaking of Namjoon, this is my RM. I got him on here. Namjoon was out and about with his family. He took the cutest family photographs. There was. I love the black and white photos, y'all. I'm a big fan of black and white photos. Felix Underbed said, "Take me with you, girl." If I could, I would. But Namjoon had a picture of him and his sister. I've seen his sister before. The last time I seen a picture of his sister was like a couple of years ago. Him and his sister look very much alike. and like him and his family were all dressed all cute. And then another picture, they were all dressed in like Adidas tracksuits. Like I didn't know, like that was a total boss move. I was like, okay, RM, I see you. You got the whole family looking cool in tracksuits. Like I was like, this is so cool, and they look so cute. RM and his family looked so adorable, y'all. And RM looked good as always. Just and I was happy that RM actually shared the pics with people on his social media. That he actually shared these pics with everybody that of his family, and that was really sweet because I was like, RM, typically speaking, from what I know, is very private about his family. So for I was shocked that he shared the pictures of him and his sister and his parents, and I don't know. I just feel like RM is in a whole era. Like I don't know. I can't explain it, but I just feel like RM is in a whole era right now. Like I don't know what kind of. I don't know where this is going, but I just feel like RM is just like. I think RM is out loud and proud. Y'all can infer that to wherever you want to be. But I just feel like RM is like in his whole like I don't care anymore mood. Like I think he's just like I don't care. I think RM's gonna say whatever he wants to say, do whatever he want to do. If he want to post pictures of his friends, of his family, he gonna be like, okay, y'all cool with this? I'm gonna post these pictures, and I'm sure his family's like, well, okay, sure, I guess we are cool about it. Like RM is really to me in his reveal era. He is not trying to hide anymore. RM's not trying to hide his emotions, his feelings, whatever. RM is just out there with it, and he's shown pictures of himself with his mother before. Yeah, I've seen his mother before. But yes, I've seen pictures of him and his mom, Ma'am June just don't care. He was out there giving fans autographs, Katina. Girl, Nam June just like, hey, what y'all doing? I'm telling you, Nam June is in a whole mood. He is in a whole era right now. Like he is in a whole era, like I just don't care no more. He's out here living his best life right now. I don't think Nam June cares about what the company has to say, what BTS members have to say, what the society has to say. Nam June is like, I'm not finna go and run and hide. I'm not finna do we versus and be up here lying. Nam June just gonna let it all out. He just gonna let it all out. He's just telling people how he feels. He just, they added Yoongi. They added Yoongi in the middle. No, I did not see what they did with the family picture. Y'all need to stop. Why would they do that? No, I did not see that. I had to go look that up, y'all. That sounds hilarious. Oh, Yoongi as a girl. Oh, they added Yoongi as a girl in the middle. Oh, I love Yoongi as a girl. He's cute. I love that episode of Run BTS. They added him in the middle. Like, why not? Let's just put him in there. Yeah, I love that Nam June just doesn't care. And like he should. Yeah, he's earned it. He's been in the business long enough. And like I said, I just feel like Nam June, I love it. I'm loving how candid he is and how out there he is now with just like, this is my life. This is my family. I ain't trying to hide them. Like, whatever. This is my sister. Like, she was looking so cute in her little short little skirt. Somebody put up another missing poster of Sugar. Sugar got missing posters everywhere, baby. I put up the missing poster, and I did a TikTok video and a YouTube video of Sugar missing. Other people start putting up posters. I'm sure somebody out there that told Sugar, like, look, they up here putting wanted pictures. I don't know, let's move on to Sugar. I put my poster, I posted it, I made it short, I posted it in my post, I put it on TikTok. I even put it on my old Instagram account. Yeah, Namjoon said he just don't care no more. And I love it. Yeah. And Namjoon's like, this is me, just deal with it. But Sugar has had wanted posters up everywhere. People are looking for Sugar. People are like, where is Sugar? I'm looking for Sugar. Everybody looking for Sugar. Like, and again, I respect whatever Sugar has going on in his life. There are things that I'm sure he has going on, whatever it be personal or business related, and I respect it. I mean, if he doesn't want to come out, what I've said it before, what else can we do? There's nothing. Yeah, I'm sure Sugar heard about it and probably saw the missing posters and was like, what? Like, they really missing me like that? And Sugar should know that I'm sure the company has told him, has had some sort of conversations with him, and was like, look, people are missing you. You need to come out of this whole mood that you in right now. Like whenever you feel like it, but we really need you to get out there. Like, come on, no, now, come on. Like, locked in the studio, get the password from JK. Sugar locked in the studio. There ain't nobody coming in. But I just, like I said, with Sugar, all I can do is respect it. Sugar doesn't owe me, I feel like, the fans anything too much of anything. It's his life. And with the way the media is right now, I don't know, again, how I feel with Sugar really coming out with the way that the media is right now. The closer we get to BTS's album and things, I just feel like Sugar would be an easy target for them. And I sure that Sugar doesn't want to be a distraction or an easy target. And like I said, no matter how strong a person it is, I'm sure that mentally and emotionally it was hard for him to go through that whole Scooter shit. I'm not overstepping my bounds to say, and I've said it before in a million times, that there are things that went on behind the scenes with that whole Scooter thing, allegedly, in my opinion, from what I've heard, allegedly, there are things that are going on behind the scenes that were just difficult for anybody to deal with behind the scenes, behind that whole Scooter thing. That, like I told y'all before, I said before, and I'll beat this dead horse. There are people in the industry that you think that is cool with you, that you think like you, that you think they have your back, and then you realize that they do not. And that is, I can imagine only that would be heartbreaking, demoralizing, and shocking, having to answer to people, your company, your band members, and the various ways that your band members may react to the situation. That's all I can say. That's all I'm going to say about that. Because everybody has their own personality. And we as fans think, oh, well, this would be a no big. You don't know how people are going to be reacting in that situation. Some people may get angry at you, may have been angry at Yoongi because of all of this. They may be like, oh, I'm so mad at you, and now they're over it. And they may be over it by now, but you don't know what hurtful things that may have been said to Yoongi behind closed doors by people that he knew and worked with. You don't know how people are going to react, and how harsh things that people may have said to him. And that may be something that he has to deal with for the rest. That hurt is maybe something that he possibly maybe is trying to get over, that hurt. Like, maybe he feels betrayed on some level, by society. Like, I didn't give y'all everything, and I've done so much for this country, and Yoongi's donated a lot and done a lot. And to feel like the society turned so quickly on him like that, I mean, boom, it's turned on him like in hours. And I cannot imagine living life like that and then having to get back out there again, knowing that people may say things. I do, yes, Shelling P. I feel like it hurt him real bad, that people were against him. Yes, when how much they loved his concert and they loved his solo and all of that. But that's just the industry, though. One moment you're up, one moment you're down, but especially yes, Marie Miller. Tell them everybody has their breaking point. And with Sugar, with his history of having, he's been out about his history of having struggled mentally with mental health issues, that I couldn't imagine, like, having a feeling of like, okay, I thought these people love me, but obviously they really don't. And knowing how fickle, and people tell you how fickle the business is, but experiencing it is something different. Everybody, the fandom, everybody know, well, the fans will turn on you, but BTS ain't never really experienced the fans turning on them or society turning on them. Yeah, there's been rumors, there's been criticism and stuff like that, but y'all got to understand, BTS has never gone through this. They have never gone through such an invasion of privacy. They have never been this harshly drugged through the mud by the media, by everybody, and how embarrassing it would be. And nobody has been drugged like this in BTS. Like I said, they faced criticisms and xenophobia and racism and all kinds of things. But this Scooter shit was a whole nother level. It was merciless. Like, it was merciless, merciless, merciless. And so for him, I would be scared too. I would be nervous. I would be scared. I would be like, I don't want to come out and say anything, because you're like, if I make one misstep or I say the wrong thing or I do the wrong thing, they gonna drag me again. They were trying to destroy his career. Katina, they was trying to break this man. Yeah, he did one thing and then whole social media. And then, sending funeral wreaths. I'm telling y'all, he was edited out of video packages. I went off on that last year when he was edited out when Billboard Korea edited him out of, oh, we're celebrating BTS, and then armies was watching the video, and they Billboard Korea edited him out of something online. And then there was an award show that they were talking about BTS and gave them a lifetime achievement award and all this shit. And then people's watching the video and they're like, wait a minute. Did they edited Yoongi out of it? Like completely edited him out. Just edited his parts out. Then Samsung was trying to cancel Sugar and cutting his picture out of, and then they had to do a campaign. I mean, that was a lot. Like, and then you're thinking like, y'all really trying to, y'all really doing this to me? Like, y'all trying to cut me out of ads? Y'all trying to, like cover up his face out of Samsung ad and eliminate him from certain things. Don't mention him on award show. There were articles about BTS comeback and them being in the military, and they would mention every single member, and then they would not mention Sugar. And I said, okay, so this is what we're doing? We just gonna pretend that Sugar don't exist for a little bit. And they did. They systematically, from August all the way through January, they pretended that Sugar didn't exist. I read newspaper articles. I watched videos. I saw media write things. The only people that really was behind Sugar was the international media. But the Korean media, they did everything to try to, all their little scandal lists, Sugar was number one on all their little lists. All their effing lists. All the top scandals and the top embarrassments in South Korea, Sugar was number one. That was the number one on all their little lists, all the little effing lists. I never forgot it at the end of the year. Sugar scooter scandal was number one, number two at the top of the list. They weren't talking about Moon Tae-il. All they little K-pop newspapers and YouTube channels, and they had a little compilation list of 2000, 2025. They all put the Sugar scooter. Like it was the most tragic thing that ever happened to fucking K-pop. And I'm just like, you people are insufferable. And so, yes, that would be enough for you to be like, oh, yes, all this stuff made my blood pressure go up. I'll never forget for the life of me. I will never forget all the stuff that happened. I will never forget. I will never forget all the articles, all the videos that people made. It was like, oh my God, like Sugar. And I'm just like, okay, I'll never forget it. Yeah, Shelly P said it took a really long time for Yoongi to feel relaxed enough to come out and be there with the fans. In 2016, he was not as open with the fans. So I know his heart hurts over the scooter. I know his heart hurts over it. You know, um, it's yes, Ice Queen. It's tragic because of everything. Yeah, I will never forget. I'll never forget how he was treated. I will never forget because again, for those of us, me as a content creator just getting started, the people that would come to my channel and like attack me on my live streams, and I had to go through my videos and delete people. So it's not just about Sugar, but I experienced it as well. A lot of us who were posting content supporting Sugar was experiencing, I don't know, bots. I don't know what it was, to be honest with you. I think it's a lot of bots. But I experienced massive, and I was a little teeny, itty bitty infant channel. So I didn't have a lot of subscribers. I think back then I had like maybe 300-400 subscribers. And I'm like, why are people on my live streams like getting angry at me? Like I didn't understand. Sorry, y'all. Yes, Marie. They were attacking me. They were coming to my live streams like, I was like, whoa. I'm like, why are y'all on my live stream attacking me? Like I was confused. I didn't know why they were on my live stream trying to attack me. Yes, they were fans from other groups. And I didn't understand what was happening. But they were on my channel attacking me. My little bitty channel. Someone assumed one thing and Bang Chan got attacked socially. Yes. I didn't understand what was going on. So I had to have people really sit down and explain to me because I'm like, why are y'all on my channel attacking me? I'm like, what? Why are y'all yelling at me? Like, I didn't understand. I didn't understand why these people were on my channel yelling at me for backing up Sugar. I'm like, he's my bias. Like, wow. So yes, I had to go through my comment section and delete comments because people just was just being mean. I just didn't understand what was happening. I just so I was like, here I was. What are you talking about? Y'all talking about Bang Chang? Was it about the pic with the woman? Y'all got to tell me what happened with Bang Chang because I don't know what happened. Was he with a picture with a woman or something? Some people got mad. But yeah, I didn't understand why people were coming to my channel getting mad at me. Oh yes. Oh hey Susan. But yeah, I these people was on my channel. They would come to my live streams and they would just harass me in my live streams, and I'm like, why are y'all harassing me for talking about sugar? I was just trying to enjoy my bias. So I have a lot of videos where I was angry because I'm just like, why y'all? And if you go back and read the comment section, like you would see people would be in there saying all kinds of racist, fucked up shit in my comment section. And I didn't understand why. And it was because of the sugar thing. And I was like, and these people, I had to hide them from my channel. I had to block them. And every once in a while, they'll come to my channel and they'll say, just, girl, so that's sugar. He's still in hiding, but yes, but we just gonna keep on keeping on. So Jen, I don't know where Jen at. Jen is at. Jen is somewhere. Just hopefully he's out there resting. Y'all know where y'all seen Jen. Let me know. Then J-Hope. J-Hope went live, and J-Hope had his hair, and I posted he went on Weavers, and you see little hair was sticking up. Yeah, Sugar became public enemy #1. And anybody that were armies and defending him, they were sending people to our channels. I just, like I said, that was a rude awakening for me as a baby army, as a little fetus army, just a little fetus army with my little baby fist balled up. And I was so angry, and I was just going off on people left and right, girl. I was going off on people back then. But now I understand what it really is. But Jen, I don't know where J-Hope was live, and his hair was all like, and his hair was, and he was like fresh faced, because I love when J-Hope ain't got no makeup on. Yeah, Jen is probably resting. Hopefully he is resting. So yeah, J-Hope is out there. So J-Hope, his hair was on there. He was Weaver's live looking cute, and he was talking to the fans, and there you go. So J-Hope was always busy. I think J-Hope was very, very busy. He's always like recording, he's always doing stuff. J-Hope was already out there. So we're gonna talk about Jimin and JK. So Jimin and JK have a new season, if you guys haven't not heard. On December the 3rd, the next season of Are You Sure? Season 2 premieres on Disney Plus. So if you guys haven't heard, I'm very excited. I did not watch the first season. Let me tell y'all. I'm gonna confess something to you guys. I did not watch this first season of Are You Sure? Because of the sugar thing. Because I was so angry about the sugar scooter thing. I was so distracted, and I was so online fighting with people and Reddit. I was fighting. This is one of the reasons why I don't do social media. I was online actually fighting with people. So I didn't even get a chance to even enjoy JK and Jim and Are You Sure? So I'm going to go back, y'all. I'm going to watch it before season 2 starts, and I'm going to talk. We're going to come on live, and I'm going to talk about the show every week. But yes, I did not get to watch first season. I didn't even get a chance to even enjoy none of it. I was too angry and fighting off people left and right. I was too distracted to even enjoy it. But I'm going to enjoy it. Oh, you watched it 4 times? It is what it is, and watched it 4 times, child. Yeah, so I am going to watch it. I'm going to go and watch it. This time I'm not, because I was so angry. Y'all, during that whole entire time, I was so hostile and angry. My blood pressure was up. But I'm going to go back and enjoy it with Jimin and Jungkook. Are You Sure? I did a short on my channel where I was talking about what they're going to be in Switzerland and Vietnam. Oh, you agree I like it? I'm sure I will like it. I love JK and Jimin. And so I'm really excited. So December 3rd, y'all make sure y'all pay attention. Let me tell y'all something else about Jimin. So I posted a video about Jimin, because he was at Jin's concert. I did one about Taeyeon. I did one about Jimin, and I posted several videos about their concert with Jin. You know what? I posted a video of Jimin because I wanted to spotlight each one of these people, and so somebody was in my comment section. And I look. I'm gonna post on my post because I had to let people know unequivocally. I know none of y'all would do this. I know none of y'all have. Y'all have been great. I had to tell people unequivocally I keep my channel very scrubbed because I do not foster toxicity on my channel. My channel is a safe space for armies, and I do not foster toxicity on my fucking channel. There are people in the comments talking about Jimin's voice. I said, and arguing with a subscriber. I said, I got this. Hold on. Let me handle this because this is my channel. And I had to read that person real quick. And I had to send I had to read this person real quick because they were on my channel dogging out. What you're not going to do? You're not going to get on my channel when I post a short that took me like 30 minutes to edit. What you're not going to do is get on my channel, then talk about Jimin's voice. You're not going to. If you don't like it, don't get on my damn channel. And I told this person, you don't like it, you ain't got to watch the video. But then you're going to comment, then you're going to argue with my subscriber. And she was like, what's your problem? You know, I was like, don't worry, honey. Excuse me. I got this. So the audacity for someone to come on my channel and say bad things about Jimin is just utterly, completely ridiculous. And I told that person, don't come on my channel, and I hide them and I will block you from my fucking channel. Don't do that. Like, don't do that. And the same thing with my John Cook post where he's sending K-pop demon hunters. It has over 100,000 views. So this video is like gone mini viral. So I have 100,000 views on one of my videos. And a lot of people, I've had a lot of subscribers from that video. And they were in the comment section talking about Jungkook can't sing. Oh, no, no, no. I'm like, what you're not going to do is get in my comment section and drag any member of anything. If I post an ATEEZ video, you're not going to get in the comment section. You're not going to drag ATEEZ. If I post a Stray Kids video, Stray Kids, I go to different concerts. You're not going to get in my video and dog out Stray Kids. You're just not going to do it. Not going to happen. I have plenty of concert vlogs and blogs. What you're not going to do is get in my comment sections and dog out artists. Jennifer said she's going to spam my channel one day. She's going to be a whole ass troll. Anyway, Jennifer, whatever. But I told people you're not going to do that. Especially about BTS. You're just not going to do it. Especially about Sugar. Don't nobody ever in their right damn mind get up in my comment section and ever try to dog out Sugar about anything. Because I will unleash fury. I will unleash hell upon you. But yes, there are people who come to my channel that y'all don't see it, that I have to go in here and delete comments because I don't want people to even see that shit. I don't want my subscribers to even see that. Oh, Jungkook can't sing and he's horrible. I don't want my subscribers to see that. I don't want people viewing my videos to see that. I don't want that negative shit on my channel. Don't bring that shit over here. Go take that shit somewhere else. Not on my channel. You're not gonna do it. What you're not gonna do is do that. You know, yes, take that negativity somewhere else. I do not foster an environment of negativity on my channel. Yes, the haters and the freaks continue to come at night. The freaks come out at night. What freaks come out at night? So I have to monitor my channel heavily and start deleting people's comments because I don't want people to come on my channel and read that and think that that shit is okay. Because if one person does it, then a bunch of other people going to come and they're going to start trolling and they're going to do the same shit. Now, I understand some content creators, they want the engagement and they want the... Jennifer says, hi, everybody. She's just stopping in for a moment, but she's busy today. And I understand that certain people allow certain things on their channel because they want the engagement, they want the views, they want the comments. Listen. I have a whole ass career. I'm grown. I have a career. I have 2 kids. I have bills to pay. I have a whole job that pays my bills. YouTube is just my hobby. It is not my career. I am not trying to be a big YouTuber. I'm not trying. I don't care. I don't make enough money off of YouTube to be up here quitting my damn job. Okay. So unless I have like millions and millions of subscribers, no. Like, so YouTube is a hobby. It's something that I enjoy. It is an outlet. There's too much shit, I said over and over again, going on in our country, going on in this world for you to bring your bullshit over to my channel. So no, don't fly. It may fly. Other people may let people get away with it because they're trying to stoke the algorithm. I don't stoke the negativity train on my channel like a lot of content creators do. And then content creators get mad because people be in the comment section fighting and people be in the I don't have time for all that. It is nonsense. Yes, this is my piece. Thank you. And I will delete people's shit in a minute. Like, I'm like, no, you're gone. I have a zero tolerance policy. And I had to do that today. I literally had to get in comment sections on a Jimin video. It's a Jimin short. Like, why are y'all arguing in my comment section? For what? It's just a short video of Jimin singing. Jimin ain't been on stage in 2 damn years. And you gonna throw shade at Jimin's voice? Man. Jimin can't sing. It doesn't sound like it does on the music video or the album. Like, this is the shit people were saying. He don't even look good. He don't even look like he was ready for the stage. I'm like, really? I'm like, bloop, delete, delete, delete. Yes, people were saying that RM was unattractive doing his speech. I don't have time for that nonsense. There's nothing unattractive about RM up there doing that speech. I had to watch the speech 3 times. I told you, because I was damn distracted. I was like, let me watch it one more time. I'm like, one time. I'm like, 2 times. I'm like, 3 times. I'm like, okay, just. I'm like, just don't fake. Just don't look at the screen. I'm not gonna look at the screen. I'm just gonna listen to it. RM had me distracted. Yeah, when I'm talking about when he sung at Jin's concert, yes, I have a short on my channel where it's just Jimin. I just it's edited to where it's just Jimin. And so some people are on there like, well, Kim Tae-young was there, and why did it just Jimin? Because it's a Jimin short featuring Jimin, and you'll see me reply. And I'm like, Kim Tae-young has his own short. I have a Kim Tae-young short where it's just Kim Tae-young. It is a short. It's not a whole video. It's literally like 15 seconds. And then people were complaining that the short was just Jimin. I said, I have a Kim Tae-young short. I have shorts with Jungkook. I said, there's a Kim Tae-young one. Like, I just don't understand people. I'm like, don't bring that on my, okay. Don't bring that. Don't let them get to me. I just kick them off. I have to work diligently to try to get these people out, because I have to tell people sometimes, look, don't bring that negative, don't bring that shit, or don't bring the crazy, don't bring the delulu, and don't bring the toxicity. I am not going to let someone come on my video and read a bunch of toxic nonsense, because they're going to think that my channels is one of these channels where it's okay to take shots at artists. You're not going to take shots at artists, like, no matter who they are. I'm like, no, you're not going to get up here. If somebody got something to say about Stray Kids, I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that either. Now, you can critique it. You can be like, well, I didn't like the way his voice sounded here. I don't mind critique. But when you're using profanity to describe, because this person used profanity to describe Jimin. This person said, oh, he sounded like fuck shit, like stuff like that. We can be like, oh, he didn't really sound good, or well, he didn't really. I don't mind critique. We can agree to disagree all day. But when you're saying things that are disrespectful, and you're making pot shots at their looks, or this person sounds horrible, this person looks terrible, yeah, you to the left. Keep that shit over there. Don't do it. Don't do it. We can have critiques. We cannot like certain songs. We cannot like certain things. I'm willing to discuss it. I'll let the comments stay. But to sit there and take shots at people, like, okay, I'm like, all right. It's like, I can see through it. Like, I can see what you're doing. And then, like, especially when people get to arguing with my subscribers, then I have to cut that off. Like, if you're disrespecting my subscribers, this person was like saying things about my subscriber. Like, she was coming back going, what's your problem? And they were like, well, you don't know Ish, and okay. I would check people in other. Like, let me be a member on your channel. Like, I talk about BTS Tarot. I check people in her comment section. Like, because they come on here and they like, well, blah, blah, blah. I was like, hold up, wait a minute. I'm like, this ain't my channel, but. Because I'm like, dude, step off. Because people, like with BTS Tarot, had tried to bully her. And I've told Edie, don't let these fucking people bully you. Because people try to bully me on my channel too. People have done it on my channel. People try to come on my channel and tell me what I shouldn't talk about and blah, blah, blah. You're not, go ahead, you go create your own channel and get gone. Like, you're not going to tell me what I want to talk about on my own channel that I work hard on. And so people try to do this, and other people who are smaller content creators, they try to do it with BTS Tarot. And I said, don't let these people fucking bully you. Don't let these people try to stop you because they're delusional. Like no one's gonna come on my channel and tell me, well, you can't post it. When I've seen channels post 10 times worse shit than what I post, I'm like, I don't even I don't even go in on people like I should. Like if y'all really wanted to hear me talk about New Jeans, the YouTube video wouldn't even get published. Like I come on here and I try to be fair. When I talk about New Jeans or Adore and stuff like that, I try to be fair in my discussions and my critiques. When I don't like a song, I just tell y'all, I really don't care for that song or something like that. I'm not like, oh, they're horrible, they can't sing and they're fat. And like I don't get at people. I don't do that in my regular life. Like my real life, me. I don't do stuff like that. If I don't like somebody, just don't deal with them. But like it's childish. But I don't want, so I just come to tell y'all that if y'all ever notice somebody saying something in the comments, post something or tag me or something, and I'll come and I'll be like, wait a minute, who's saying what? I will hide those people. I'll block those people from my channel. So if y'all ever see something, report it. Let me know. Just be like somebody on your video, or just post on the video and be like, Kiki. I'll be like, who up in here? What? Because I see it. It'll pop up, and I'm like, what is this? Because I see when people. Because I don't want people to be on my channel and feel like they aren't welcome or they're harassed. Because there's enough of that on social media. There's enough harassment of armies and BTS on social media, on Reddit spaces, on X and stuff like that. I don't need none of that. So if y'all see some stuff like that, y'all feel free to tell that person off. Like, look, go ahead. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the Grammys. Okay, Kiki, you have a question. Is JK and Jimmy really dating? I've seen pics of them with wedding bands and then take. No, they're not. I can tell you, Susan, no, they're not. They're not. I know that like with the new season of Are You Sure Part 2 is going to stoke these feelings of people thinking that Jimin and JK are together or something like that. Look, she cried. She said, what? But I know that when Are You Sure, the first season came out, I know it stirred the hornet's nest. So people said stuff about that when Are You Sure, the first season came out. But the second season, I know it's going to hit again. That the shippers are going to show up and the people are going to show up and stuff like that. But no, I almost very, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I can almost guarantee you. Now, I don't know about JK, but I like I said, I can't speak on anyone's sexuality because there are idols who are gay in K-pop. I can't speak, so I would never willingly out anybody, but JK and Jimin would probably be the last two I would ever think, and be out of all of BTS, those two are the last two I would be honest with you, knowing what I know, that I would ever think that they would be gay like that together, much less together. I think that JK and Jimin are really good friends. I think they love each other as really good friends, and Kim Tae-young is part of that triad, that they're really close together, and they have their ups and downs in their friendships just like anybody else. But I think that Jimin and JK formed a really close relationship because JK was so young and they were so young. They were really, really young when they started that when BTS started. And so I don't even think they're flirtatious. I think they're just Korean guys. I think Korean guys is just, it's a culturally different way of dealing with each other than in the West. Korean men just are different. It's a difference in how they express each other, how they act around each other. Koreans are very, like, Korean men, I don't know about the women. They're very, with other men, they have very close bonds with other men. That they're not afraid to hug a man. They don't have that toxic masculinity we have in the West. Korean men hug each other. Korean men go to spas. I talked about before, getting off subject, how Koreans think it's very odd that people go to spas with clothes on. Like, I had Koreans just sit back and be like, what are you talking about? I was like, okay, I went, because we have spas, like in Dallas, we have spas, like big ones. We have a Korean spa. And then I was like, you go to the spa and you get your little outfit on and your little flip-flop shoes. And they were like, what? I'm like, yeah, you go to the spa and you put your little spa outfit. They were like, outfit? They like, You go to the spa with an outfit on? And I explained to him, and I told a Korean guy, like, he was dumbfounded that I was like, well, men don't. He was like, even the men wear this stuff? And I was like, yeah. He's like, the women. He's like, but are you guys around? He's like, I can understand the common areas where you have families. But he was like, y'all walk around the whole spa with clothes on? Like, wait. He was like, I go to the spa with my dad and my granddad. And he was like, I said, well, what do y'all do there? He was like, we all walk around naked. He's like, so y'all don't walk around naked at the spa? I said, no, I could not imagine men walking around naked at a spa. No, with like their sons. No. But he was like, that is so odd. He was like, you guys have such weirdness. Like to him, it's like, no big deal to him be naked in front of his grandfather or his dad. Like it was just no big deal. It's like, we go to the spas. He was like, in Korea, if you try to wear clothes at certain spas, they consider it a sign of uncleanliness. Like they just like they would look at you like, why do you have clothes on? Like it's considered unclean to walk around with any kind of robe or clothes. They would be like, ugh. Like, why are you doing it? So to them, I thought it was hilarious that Korean men have no problem going to a spa and just take off and just naked. And they'll sit around with their sons or younger sons, and it's not a big deal, you know. And then, like I said, for Korean men, it's not unusual for them to share like some sort of affection, like hugging or holding hands. Like that's a normal thing, and not just Korean, but a lot of societies. So I have to tell y'all that a lot of stuff that y'all see on TV is with the K-pop is the agency telling them to do certain things. Like I have a video where I talked about idols and dating, and I talked about skinship, and I talked about, which I should do a whole nother video. I talk about queer baiting with the agencies. The agencies do a lot of queer baiting with the female idols, but especially the male ones. And I could go on and on talk about how they queer bait, how they do this all the time. Told me I don't even like walking around my home like, girl, the moment I hop out the damn shower, first of all, the moment BTS is staring at me, BTS, my shower curtain is like this. Jungkook like this. RM's like. So the moment I get in the shower, BTS is literally staring at me, and I'm used to them staring at me. I'm used to my shower curtain staring. Y'all, I tell you, I have a creepy shower curtain, and my shower curtain stares at me all the time, y'all. And I said I have to close like right now my door is closed, because if I leave it open, my shower curtain. Why are y'all laughing? What? Why are y'all laughing? Y'all laughing? But yes, the agency. So yes, HYBE be judging, Yoongi be looking. But I'm used to, like, I'm in the shower, they're staring. I'm out of the shower, they're staring. I have to close my bathroom door because it just looks like they're staring, y'all. Like, I'm gonna show y'all. But yeah, but the agency does a lot of things to promote this type of queer baiting. They do a lot of things to encourage the members, especially a boy band, to be affectionate with each other. This is all part of their marketing plan. You have to take the shower curtain down. You tell me, let them stay. Hi. I'm glad you love. I love my life. Hello. You see the shower curtain, y'all? Well, let's go take a moment to see what the shower curtain before we get on to our next subject. Let's go look at Kiki's shower curtain. Let me see which member is staring at me today. Oh, wait, hold on, kids. Wait a minute. Let me turn the camera around. What? Hello, Yoongi. 안녕하세요. Hello. Wow. JK always looks at me. Like JK, like, come I back out of the room. Oh, I'm about to knock things over. Okay, so if I leave my door open, this is what I see. Hi. I don't know. I feel like JK is judging me. I feel like he has a question. He wants to ask me something. Look, RM's right here. RM. JK, yes, JK is giving me the look of I know what you're doing, but I don't want to see. So I have to close my set aside. I'll be wow. So I to like, so like late at night, I have to keep my door closed because it's like they about to walk out. Girl, I have to close my door. I'm like, okay, bye, bye. God knows I love BTS, but I don't love them that much. That is creepy. And it's like no matter how you move, the eyes follow you. You're like you move, I move and I'm like, they following me. I'm like, oh, okay. So when I go to the bathroom and take a shower, they're staring at me. So, it is very I keep the door closed, Susanna. I can't, so like when I like my kids don't like going to the bathroom because you go to the bathroom and this is, you go to the bathroom and you go to use the toilet and this is what you see. So this is what you sit on the toilet. I'm like, Jen, open. Okay. Yeah. So, and then when you get in the shower, if I get in my shower, let's get in my shower. It's show and tell. This is what I see from the inside of my shower. So, so inside my shower, this is what I see on the inside of my shower. Yeah. So I shower with BTS daily. So yeah, especially Jimin. Jimin seems like he likes to stare a little bit too much. So this is what I see from inside the shower. So it doesn't matter where you go. So you can step in the shower, out of the shower. It doesn't matter. BTS is looking at you. So here I'm standing in front of them. But then if you go this way, again, it's weird because I'm backing out. They're still looking at you. It doesn't matter which way you go. I can come over this way. They're looking at, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just, you just have to, yeah. So, so I'm just letting y'all know. She said won't be making that purchase. So I'm just letting you know that's this is my whole ass life. So BTS stares at me at all day, all hours, all time. So I have to keep the door closed. So I'm just letting y'all know if y'all ever want to get a shower curtain, just don't do it. Don't do You're like, never mind on that BTS curtain. Because it doesn't matter which way you face. You can move this way, that way, up, down. It's just, their eyes are just like, I'm just like, oh shit. I'm like, oh hell no. But I love my shower curtain, but I didn't think. ATP said remove that from the Amazon cart. Delete. So yes, I love my shower curtain. Remember the life-size posters, yes, in teen magazines? Yes, I had them all over my walls, all over my ceilings. Yeah, not as creepy as the shower curtain. Like, I'm in the shower and I'm like, la, la, la. I'm like, oh, hi, fellas. So that's my my BTS shower moment. So I'm just letting y'all know. Yes, it looks like they're staring at you and their eyes never waver, especially Jungkook. He's just like, he like, girl. So yes, but anyway, those are my BTS updates. It's creepy. So those are my BTS updates for the week. So we're going on next to the HYBE update. What is going on? There's several things going on with HYBE this week. First of all, Bong PD got interrogated for 14 hours again. Did y'all see that? Oh, y'all, I'm not trying to laugh. Oh my God, I'm not trying to laugh, y'all. I'm laughing because it's just ridiculous. He got interrogated again for 14 hours. Again, this is the third time Bong PD has been interrogated. As to what in the hell the police have interrogated him for 14 hours, 12 hours, and now 14 hours again. I don't know what they're looking for. I don't know what's happening. What about the IPO scandal, Ice Queen? They're still on that. No, it was not cleared up. Y'all, they still investigating. Y'all like, I thought we was done with that. I thought we were moved on. No, the IPO investigation is still going on. And Bong, yes, still. And Bong PD got interrogated last week for 14 hours. Again, I don't know what you could possibly say in 14 hours that ain't already been said in the other two times he was interrogated for 14 hours. Yeah, right. He gonna be 9 years old, and they be like, "Wheel him on in, get his old ass in here. Come on, Bong PD, get his old ass in here." Like I'm telling you, again, I don't know how a 14-hour interrogation is possible unless you didn't murdered somebody. I don't get it. I'm like, he ain't killed nobody. I'm like, well, he ain't killed nobody. So what? They still have not formally charged him with anything. They're still investigating. This has been going on for months now. Yes, they're fishing. I feel, and I'm gonna go on record and say it right now. Wait a minute, did I turn my bathroom on? Y'all, I'm over here getting freaked out. My bathroom light is on and I thought I turned it off. But anyway, I feel like they are going to file another charge in related to this IPO thing. That's how I feel. So I'm gonna be on the record in saying that you heard it first from me. I honestly feel after the things that I've been told that they are trying to or will file another charge on him. When, I don't know. But I just feel like that's what's going to happen. So y'all don't be surprised if they find another IPO related charge to try to hem him up for. I feel like they're digging for something. I think they're trying to find another charge for him, and he is definitely a target. It is a witch hunt at this point. He can't leave the country. You know, they signed that order that Bong PD cannot leave the country, and that anytime they ask him for questioning, he has to be there for questioning. So they making him out like he a straight up ass gangster mafia member. Like, I mean, you can't leave the country. I was just like, right. Between Bong PD and Hee Jin and Nuji, I've had it too. Like they had to give my, I don't know what they're looking for. Tell my dang, even in South Carolina, they hold you for 24 hours. Bong PD been hemmed up. He been hemmed up like he didn't murder 10 people. Like he's a whole serial killer. I mean, they like he can't leave the country. He has to report for summoning. He interrogated over and over and over again. I was like, yeah, like this man didn't kill somebody. I'm like, dang, he didn't kill nobody. Like they ain't even formally charged him with anything yet. That's the sad thing about it, Susan. They just questioning him over and over again, and we don't know what they're questioning him about. But how many times can you be 12 hours, 14 hours? What? 3 times hours upon I said he ain't hurt no. It's an IPO. Either you have the evidence or you don't. I mean, yes, Susan. I mean, I've been sitting back listening to this stuff and watching it, and I was like, okay, either they have the evidence that he did the IPO, that should be easily accessible in paperwork. Why do you need to question him? This should be something that you can have in paperwork. Don't y'all have the paperwork? Don't y'all have, they should have this on file. They searched, they raided Hyde's office twice. They dug up files and downloaded things. And so you mean after all the stuff y'all got, y'all still interrogating him over and over again? I mean, it's crazy. It makes no sense to me. And I think that they are trying to find other charges to pull up on him. So again, I'll be the first person to come out and say it. I feel like they're going to file other charges. And if they don't file, if they don't find something soon, I don't know how long they're going to that they're going to extend this for. I mean, are we going to go months? Are we going to go weeks? Are we going to go days? Are we going to, I mean, how long is this going to go on? Weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. I mean, how long are they going to keep this up? I don't know. But it's not over. They're still investigating, so it's not over. I don't. Again, I have no faith in the Seoul police, and I hate to drag them like that because I don't live in Seoul, but I just feel like these Seoul investigators are the same ones that were involved with Hee Jin, involved with Yoongi's case, involved with Kim Soo Young's case. Like these people, they were like, well, it's taking it so long because there's multiple jurisdictions and multiple. And I'm like, okay, I get all that. Yes, there's multiple jurisdictions and multiple investigators, but I'm like, who keeps pulling him in to be questioned? So it has to be a lead investigator, I'm assuming, because that's how it works in America, I'm assuming. But I don't know what I don't know what they're covering up. I have no idea. But I just telling y'all, I wouldn't be surprised from what the things that I've heard behind the scenes that they are going to file other charges or charge that they're trying to do anything. I don't have no respect for, yeah, they crazy. They'll find anything, you know. But the thing about it is with Bong PD, every time he gets hemmed up or something, it affects HYBE stock prices. So every time he gets interrogated or something like that, it brings down the HYBE's stock prices. It messes with um HYBE's business. So it's messing up the bag. So it's not only is it embarrassing to Bong PD and embarrassing for the HYBE employees, but it also messes with their finances. So, and then it gets put in the news, and then people are calling Bong PD a criminal, and they calling him mafia, and it just, all of this stuff is so much amplified. In America, CEOs get indicted, CEOs get drug up for charges, and people really don't care. But in South Korea, they have a different cultural awareness with their corporations, and it's much more of a personal thing. So I had somebody explain to me, and I get it, yada yada. But I just feel like, this does look bad for the company and for the employees. The employees are embarrassed as well. Like, the employees are like, oh my God. Like, so it disrupts the harmony, like the mental of the employees as well, because it makes everybody look bad. So Bond PD, again, I said, I'm putting it out there, I expect other charges to be filed. They're going to find something else. Then we're going to get into the next thing is Source Music versus Hee Jin. I'm going to do a whole video where I'm going to deep dive and break down this whole Source Music Hee Jin. So Source Music has been suing Hee Jin for the things that she said about she said a bunch of things about Source Music. Let me go back. Let me start from the beginning. So Source Music has decided to take Hee Jin to court. And so this week they had like their court hearings, and they presenting their evidence, and then Hee Jin's lawyers presenting their evidence, and then Source Music's lawyers are having a rebuttal. And so what has happened is that Source Music said that Hee Jin is liable for like defamation, slander, and a bunch of other stuff, because she basically said that she formed New Jeans, that Eyelet plagiarized, that Le Seraphim got debuted ahead of New Jeans, all that kind of stuff. So there is a bunch of things that have came out. They have articles where they break down, and I'm going to do a separate video. I want to break this all down, because there are a bunch of things that came out in this court case that made Hee Jin pretty much look horrible. Okay. Courthouse is her home. Yeah, she might as sleep there. She might pack her bag, get a little knapsack, go sleep out there. So I'm going to tell you just some of it, because I'm going to do a video this week. So I don't want to get into all the details, because it's a lot of things. Let me just say this. First of all, how they got these New Jeans girls was very interesting to me. It was very interesting. Like, one girl, they scouted her in her hometown. One girl, the CEO, like, talked to her mom and convinced her mom to join. One girl was found on like an elimination show, which that made sense. She was on like one of those K-pop elimination shows. But I was reading how they came to be trainees and were picked, and all of it, some of it, like some of the girls I understood, but some of it wasn't right to me. Like some of this, the math wasn't mathing. Like it wasn't really adding up. Like, one girl, they scouted her on the street, and I'm like, not saying I don't believe it, because they have the parents, they have documents. Source Music provided evidence of how these girls got put as trainees. So I'm not doubting that. What I'm doubting is how they found these girls. And I just so I don't know what it is that doesn't sit right with me, especially about Hani, where the CEO came to her mother and asked her to be a trainee or an audition. I'm like, huh? I'm like, well, that's some of it sounds a bit odd to me. So I don't know if you guys have read the articles or go back and HYBE did a video. I Everybody just kind of glossed over that fact, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, she was what now? One girl was found on the street. I'm like, I'm not saying this stuff doesn't happen in K-pop. It does. Jin was kind of scouted that way on the street, and I'm like, it kind of explains certain things. So it kind of seems to me, like, to make a long story short, what I'm trying to say, it kind of seems to me that some of these parents knew people at Source Music or knew the management. That's what it seemed like. I'm reading between the lines and I'm like, huh. It kind of seemed like some of the parents already knew people in the industry. That's what it seemed like to me for some of these kids. And if that's the case, that would explain some things. That would explain why the parents had this expectation of success. You don't understand what I'm saying? I don't know what happened at Source Music and whether they do things differently than HYBE. Apparently, yes, from what I've learned. People said, yes, it was done a little bit different. But I just think that these parents may have had or been told an expectation that didn't really match reality. So that's what kind of piqued my interest. And I said before in my Adore and my Hee Jin, the Adore verdict video, if you have not watched it, go watch it. It's a pretty good video. I do my commentary. One of the biggest takeaways that have not been mentioned by anybody on in these YouTube streets, any of these K-pop commentators, when they're talking about this case, nobody mentioned the parents. I am dumbfounded from the things that I learned through K-pop that communication with the parents is not good. I learned that. I said, come on, explain to me. Explain to me. Not just with New Jeans, but just explain to me, how is the communication between like if you have a minor child and you say, my daughter wants to be a trainee, she wants to be in K-pop. I had somebody explain to me how it would go for me as a parent. I'm a parent. I want to know. So if my son wanted to be a K-pop idol, how would this exactly go for me as a parent? Would I would be able to call somebody? I was shocked to learn that the parents are left out of the loop a lot. That floored me. I was like, really? Like the parents, yeah, they found Jin on the street. It wouldn't surprise me. But it sounded fishy. Things weren't adding up. I'm like, this girl, they found her, and I'm like, this one, another girl, the manager from another company came to Source Music and brought her over with them. I'm like, it sounds like somebody knows somebody that knows somebody in this little old group situation. Sounds like most of these girls got into the group because they knew somebody in the industry, which happens. But that's a recipe for disaster from what I've been told. But what doesn't get talked about is the communication with the parents. I was told that there wasn't clear lines of communication at HYBE in Adore, that Hee Jin and her second in command were in charge of communicating with the parents and talking with the parents. And I said, that's not to me, the CEO and the VP should not be in charge of talking to the parents. I said, so if I'm a parent and I have a problem, who do I talk to? Because if I'm sending my child off to another city to be a trainee and they're 16, 17 years old, yes, I would rely upon my child to tell me. But if some of y'all have kids, now you mean to tell me you're going to trust your 16, 17-year-old tell you anything? So, honey, how's it going? Oh, it's good. Well, what happened today? Oh, we did this. I don't trust my kid I need to talk to someone grown. I understand my kid is telling me, but my kid's not going to be able to really communicate. Like, say, hell no, you're dealing with a child. Yes, I couldn't imagine sending my kids somewhere and being out of the loop as a parent. But apparently this is what happens in K-pop. Now, again, this is what I've been told. And like I said, and I was told in a way that they consider it normal. They were like, oh, well, yeah, the parents, and I was dumbfounded. I'm like, what? What? Huh? Like maybe it's because me being a Westerner. I don't know what it is. I don't know. But I find I was shook that the communication between the agency and the parent is so horrible that it was shocking. Like I was shook. I was like, wait a minute. What? You like, barring injury, like if your kid gets injured or they get cut from, as a trainee or something like that, or they get seriously hurt or sick, barring something like that, I was shocked to find out that the management doesn't really talk to the parents. Now, if their daughter or son is having a problem or something like that, they can go back to management and be like, they're having some mental health issues and they want to quit or something like that. But it was shocking to me that there is not a clear-cut, consistent line of communication. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because I would think if I'm sending my child off, I want to know what's going on. I don't want to ask my kid, well, what song are you guys working on? What are you guys doing right now? My kid is not, I'm not going to rely upon my 16-year-old to really be like, well, mom, we're doing, I was shocked that these conversations that I had with the parents. And I said, oh, well, yeah, I said, K-pop needs to change that. Y'all are going to keep having problems with people's parents if this is how it was done. Hee Jin was allowed to run roughshod on these parents and manipulate them, in my opinion, and tell them whatever she wanted to tell them. Her and her VP. They were able to manipulate and copy the parents' messages and communicate with the parents, pretending to be another parent. Like they were allowed to just say whatever they wanted to say to the parents and feed the parents the narrative that HYBE was stiffing their children, that HYBE was doing their children wrong. And nobody was from HYBE was talking to them. Nobody was talking to them. Nobody on the New Jeans management team was having consistent communication with the parents. So the parents could be like, hey, Hee Jin and the VP is telling us this and this. Is this correct? Like they should, and then that person would have been like, Hee Jin is telling you what? Well, they're telling us that HYBE is delaying them and HYBE is not taking care of them. If they had somebody else to talk to, that person would have been like, wait a minute. She's telling you what now? They would have went to Hee Jin and be like, wait a minute. Are you telling the parents that HYBE is doing such? None of these conversations happened because there was nobody else talking to them. So, of course, the parents are going to believe Hee Jin because she's the only one that are communicating with them. She's the only one paying attention to them and attending their questions or their needs. I don't know why a CEO of a company, she shouldn't even be involved with the parents anyway. There should have a manager, somebody on the managerial staff or team of New Jeans should be in charge of contacting the parents. They should have a group cacao talk or something where the parents are in the loop. I was dumbfounded that Hee Jin was basically just fueling them all the information, telling the girls crap, telling the parents shit, and poking the bear and egging all of this on. And there was no way for the parents or New Jeans to repudiate any of these claims. So they really thought HYBE was doing their daughters wrong because they didn't know no better. Because HYBE didn't have anybody telling them, no, that's not correct. We got a problem here. Wasn't she their manager too? No, New Jeans had a management team. They did have managers. But the managers are not, I've heard that managers typically don't talk to the parents. And I was like, even if they're minors? Even if they're minors. And I said, like it blew my mind. I could not imagine as a parent, I'm like, I don't even get a group chat. Like the parents talk to each other, yes. But the management should have a liaison for the parents. The parents should have somebody designated that they can trust within the company that is telling them what is going on and keeping them on track of what's going on, besides just their kids. I don't want to talk to my 16-year-old to know what's going on. Yes, I want to talk to my child. My 16-year-old is not going to be able to really articulate and really, I want to know what's going on. So what are y'all working on? What are y'all doing? I've learned that this is just how it goes in K-pop. Their management doesn't typically talk to the parents. The parents talk to each other. That's crazy to me. I understand I want to talk to the other parents. I want to talk to my child. But I want to talk to somebody, a manager, who works with the girls every day. Yes, Hee Jin was working with her. She's at a CEO level. She's here. She shouldn't be talking to the parents. They should have somebody that works with the group and sees the girls every day. Who's working with the girls? Who sees them every day? Their management team should be seeing them frequently. They are the ones that should be like, hey, I should be able to send a cacao message to the management and be like, what are they working on today? What's going on today? I haven't heard from my daughter all day. Are they away? Are they tired? Like, oh, well, she's busy. Well, they've been rehearsing all day, and that's why you haven't talked to her. Oh, okay. Not I'm just left in the dark. If I haven't talked to my kid in 2 days, I have to figure out from her or ask the other parents, have you talked to your daughter? Have you talked to your daughter? Have you talked to your daughter? I haven't talked to them. This is what goes on in K-pop, y'all. So if you haven't talked to your kid in a few days, you have to talk to the other parents and maybe their kid has told them what was going on. Oh yeah, well my daughter told me that they were busy out doing promotions and they were busy. Oh, okay. Because they don't have a liaison who are communicating with them about their children. As a minor, hell no. As an adult, your kid is over the age of 18, 19, I get it. But as a minor, there is no way in hell I would be sending my kid off to be a K-pop singer, and ain't nobody telling me what's going on with my kid every other day. Like, I'm talking to my child, but I want to hear. I want to hear from an adult. I want to talk to somebody in charge. What's going on? How is my kid doing? They don't get none of that. Well, how is she doing? Is she's, because you talk to your kid and you're like, how you doing? They're like, fine. Well, you learning the dance moves you singing? Yeah. Well, are you struggling with something right now? No, it's mom, it's going. It's going. Y'all understand y'all got kids. Y'all know y'all kids ain't gonna be like. But then if you talk to a manager and be like, well, your daughter's really struggling. Like, Emma's really struggling with the dance move. She's really not getting it down, really. Then you go to your daughter and be like, okay, are you struggling with the dance moves? Like, well, honey, what's going on? Like, nothing, mom. I just need to practice more. I'm gonna get up early and practice. Oh, okay. But yeah, it's like the parents, they left out in the dark. I could not imagine having a minor child and not knowing what's going on. Yeah, the parents felt like Susan, they had no one to talk to. So here comes Minnie Jin, all cheesing all up in their face. Hey, parents. And Minnie Jin was charming, I'm assuming, what I heard. And Minnie Jin know how to talk to people, and she knew how to butter them up. And then she was feeding them information about how horrible HYBE was stopping her. And the girls were sitting around for months and they weren't debuted yet. And HYBE was so awful. I was like, well, no wonder that happened. Because they had nobody else to talk to. Nobody else was telling them anything to the contrary. That shocked me. That is wild. That is very wild. Yeah, and the kids, they don't open up about everything. Yeah, the kids are going to be like, well, it's okay, mom. Well, it's fine. Because they're kids. Like, I'm like to ask my kid, I have to grill them. I want to hear from somebody in charge. I want to know from an adult, what are y'all doing? How is it going for you? So she was easily, because again, HYBE gave her the runway to manipulate these parents. And I'm not saying that the parents aren't to blame, because they are to blame. That's one takeaway. The other takeaway I took from all of this, the other thing I had to say, that Minnie Jin, again, with the cacao messages in this source music thing, we see how Minnie Jin talk bad about people. Before I was like, well, maybe HYBE didn't know. Baby, somebody had to snatch me up and be like, HYBE knew how Minnie Jin was, allegedly, in my opinion, allegedly. So I'm over here feeling bad for HYBE, like, oh, poor HYBE. Baby, people was like, girl, they was like, HYBE knew. They like, girl, don't feel bad for HYBE and source music. They know what a snake was when they got it. That's another thing. I was told, don't feel bad for HYBE and source music. And a lot of people don't, because people feel like they knew what they was getting into. And they knew that she was up there talking reckless and talking bad about people behind their back. And they said they just let it slide. And when I look at the article and the court documents came out, you can see that Minnie Jin was up there talking reckless. She was up there just talking reckless. She was talking bad about the girl. She constantly. I got to deal with these brats. I got to deal with these girls. They getting on my motherfucking nerves. I'm paraphrasing, y'all. But Minnie Jin was up here talking bad about source music. Y'all a bunch of gangsters. Y'all a bunch of thugs. y'all a bunch of mafia. Y'all strong arming me. Girl, what? She was up here talking to my boy. Well, you got to put the comments in context. And I was frustrated. She wasn't frustrated. She was just mean. Oh, yeah, that's true, Cassandra. The more you inform the parents, the less they have control on the minors. That is very true. Very, very true. Yeah, you have to watch my video. Yeah. Now I'm gonna do a video about Source Music. Source Music is a subsidiary, by the way. I forgot. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize. So Source Music is a subsidiary of HYBE. It's one of the companies that purchased. So HYBE owns what? Pletus, Source Music, Big Hit, and Adore. So they're the sub label of HYBE is the main company. Source Music was a smaller label that they acquired. And Source Music was in charge in the beginning of creating a girl group. And the girl group that they were creating was New Jeans and Le Sserafim. So that's who Source Music is. So, and then New Jeans was transferred over to Adore, where Hee Jin is the CEO of Adore. So yes, that's I'm sorry I didn't explain that, but that's who it is. So yes, that's who Source Music is. And so Source Music is now suing Hee Jin because for defamation, because she sat there and said that they did a bunch of they debuted Le Sserafim first and they came back and said no, that's not what happened, and they broke down the timeline. And Hee Jin, she was just like the way she talked about people, and again, I had people tell me don't feel bad for Source Music or HYBE because they said everybody knew that they knew Hee Jin talk like this. She talked bad about New Jeans constantly. She talked a lot. Yeah, they said Hee Jin, she was that's just how she was. They was like, that's her personality. And then she was like, well, I was frustrated. Well, I'm like, well, damn, Hee Jin, you must get frustrated a lot. Anytime something didn't go her way, she would start speaking reckless. Anytime things didn't go her way. Yes, now you understand how the idols are so close to each other. They become more like family. But yes, because that's all they have to do is talk to each other, and they have a feeling like we're all in this together. The BTS members, I've been explaining that people told me that their family members are very close. That RM's dad and Jin's dad are like best friends or something. That's what I've been told. But yes, that's why they all become good friends, and the parents become good friends, and they hang out together, and because they feel like our kids are all in this together. And yes, Hee Jin was good at manipulating and telling the parents horrible things about what was going on. But the thing about Hee Jin, the things that she was complaining about, once again, I go back. She was complaining about what group was going to debut and what order and all that kind of stuff. And she was mad at Bang PD because they weren't finishing the music in time enough. Bang PD and the producers were late and finished. They were behind schedule. This happens in K-pop. The things that Hee Jin were complaining about were just the things that kind of happen in K-pop. But they weren't happening apparently on her timeline or fast enough for her. So she was mad about it. And then on top of that, once again, she was mad about who was debuting when and what concept had. Again, Hee Jin, it's not, Adore was not your company. I have to explain people to this. Well, Hee Jin was mad. Suck it up, Buttercup. It's not her company. Adore was not. It's not her company. It's not like she put money in the company and she built a building like she's doing for her new company. Hee Jin got a new company, by the way, or a new agency being built, or she's going to be creative director for this new agency, whatever it is. It's not like she created this company and she was working together with HYBE and they were partners. Lady, you came from Source Music. They hired you to be CEO. You're still an employee. So Bang PD made the final decision. Well, duh, because he's the chairman of HYBE. He gets to do that because the company is his. I don't know where Hee Jin got things crisscrossed. Because I'm like, woman, this is not your company. She was mad and puffing out her jaws. She was mad because this group didn't debut and she didn't get this song and she didn't get. before she could do the creative director thing, the music wasn't done yet. I'm reading this whole thing going, okay, this is not your company. She act like she owned the door. Like, this is my cup. What money you put in? How many dollars? How many won did you put in, Minnie? Oh, none. You were hired to be the CEO of a company. She act like she wanted to own the damn place. That she wanted everything to go her way. If New Jeans would have debuted first, they would have been on time. Yeah, they was delayed because of her. She wanted to try to set everything up with the door first. And they pulled out the messages where she said she wasn't worried about New Jeans. She was trying to set up a door. She wasn't worried about New Jeans at that time. So her claiming New Jeans went through this and went through that, but then on the next cacao message, she called them little bitches. And she's annoyed with them. And they get on her motherfucking nerves. And she feel like she got to babysit these brats. And these little girls don't know anything. Yeah, she talked about, baby, Minnie Jin was dog walking New Jeans. I don't know how anybody who was a fan of New Jeans can defend this woman. She constantly, over and over again, talked bad about these young girls. And some of these are minors that she was talking bad about. These are little girls. Compared to Minnie Jin, her 40-something-year-old ass, these are little girls. There is no way in God's green earth you can talk about my child and call my child a little B and call my child a punk and they're annoying and they dumb and they don't know anything. And I'm going to sit up there and trust you and defend you? Baby, you got me messed up. I would have been like, the moment the messages would have came out, I would have been like, time out, game over. This lawsuit is over. We're going back to a door, me and my child, and the rest of y'all can do whatever the hell y'all want to do. Because it's obviously the writing on the wall to me as a parent is this person does not care about your child. And if you're a real parent and it's about your child, then you stay on business. So the New Jeans parents are at fault too. Again, I don't know. I don't think they knew at the beginning, but I think once the messages got out, they could easily see, okay, this person really is not, this person's using our kids. Like they're not really caring about our children. And the shaman, yes, there's stuff about the shaman. I'm gonna talk about it too. You know. Yeah, she like, you ain't finna come up there and talk about my child. I'm like, who's a little bitch? Which one? And then she talked about one of them being too fat, and girl, she was. But again, allegedly, from what I heard, I said it in my last video, that's Hee Jin. If Bong PD wasn't so wrapped up in trying to create a girl group and so desperate for that, he would have been able to, he would have, I don't know if he knew it or not. But I'm like, if he would have just asked people at SM Entertainment, they would have told her, they would have told anybody who would willing to listen that this person had worked at SM for a very long time. And she rose through the ranks. And she was very talented, but then she rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And again, it was incredulous to me what is not said in other content creators. I'm reading these documents and I'm like, you mean to tell me y'all know this woman talk like this? This is the problem with K-pop. That's what I said. I told my friend, I said, and therein lies the problem with K-pop. One of many. They knew Hee Jin talk like this all the time. She talked like this to executives. She talked like this about talent behind her back. She talked like this to everybody when she was frustrated. And I said, and nobody checked her. Nobody above her pulled her to the side that we know of and been like, wait a minute. Okay, I need you to calm that shit all the way down. Okay, I understand you frustrated, but I need you to back the F up for me. I need you to back all the way up with that. Okay, I need you to cut that shit out. Stop talking bad about people. Stop all this. Like this is not necessary. I understand you're frustrated. If she was frustrated, she should have went to Bong PD and raised her issues and her frustrations. If she was frustrated, she should have went to Source Music and hashed it out with them. And then if she still didn't get her way, she should have just moved on. Like, okay, you guys are doing things your way. I'm just the CEO of a door. Okay, I understand. They would come to some kind of consensus. I don't know if she did or not. But the way that she was handling things and the way that she was talking was so damn unprofessional to me. If that person, if I would have known that person was talking like that, I would have been like, watch her. What I understand y'all like her and y'all think she good. Watch her, because any type of person that talks like that and wanted everything her way, I saw the writing in the wall in the court documents. When they started talking about stuff, I said, oh nah. When she was brought on in 2019, by the time 2021 came, I was like, hell no. She was demanding this, she was demanding that. I would have been like, somebody would have been in her office. If I was Bond PD, I would have sat down with her and been like, look at here. What's your problem? You obviously aren't a team player. You obviously want to have your own agency, so we're just going to have to rescind the offer and go on now. Like, there's no way I would have had this type of person in my organization. But again, I've said it before. That is one of the problems with K-pop. You have people who are in the organization who are not good with people, who are very mean, who are very nasty, toxic people that should not have any positions of authority. But because they've had some semblance of success in the business, they let things pass. And all kinds of things pass. I'm not talking about Hee Jin just talking reckless and being a straight up bitch. I'm talking about other things as well. I'm talking about executives who are a little bit too handsy, executives who want all these young interns. I'm talking about shit like that goes on in the business as well. People who know people who know people who get away with things. Like Hee Jin, her executive, the one that supposedly was harassing this other worker that was in her 20s, was harassing her and asking her out and saying all these inappropriate things. And Hee Jin tried to cover it up. Instead of protecting her fellow female worker, she was covering things up. Because again, that just speaks to her character. Like, that's the type of person that apparently that's how she rolled. But again, this is the problem in business, and not just K-pop, but especially in K-pop, when you have people they knew what this was, and they just thought, well, she's really fiery, and she's just really passionate about what she do. Dude, she's literally cussing out, talking bad about 16-year-olds. Well, she's really passionate. No, she's not passionate. She's abusive. Like, that's not passion. That's you are verbally abusive. You're a toxic person. You don't know how to talk to people. You talk about people behind their back, and then you sit up in their face and cheese in their face. Just, hi, how are you? You guys are doing great. And then behind their back, those little bitches. I can't stand. Really? And you an adult. You 40-something years old and you act like this. As a businesswoman, as a woman in a male-dominated industry, that was even more egregious to me. As a woman in a male-dominated industry, this is how you act. You act worse than the men do. You covering up like SA. You covering up all kinds of shit. You worse than the men are. You didn't back this woman up, and you knew this woman was having things, and she sat there and talked bad about this woman behind her back, talking about, that's why I don't like working with bitches, and that's why I don't like working with women. They complain too much, and blah, 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 blah. Girl, bye. This is not 2002 whenever she started in the business. The business has changed. The industry has changed. And for her to sit there and say these things about somebody coming to her as another woman saying, look, this man is asking me out. He's saying these nasty things to me. He's being really inappropriate. And for her to sit there and not take this woman's side is horrific to me. That's the type of person you deal. That's the type of person you want in your organization. That she gonna tell the executive guy, oh, we gonna handle it. I'm gonna make sure I handle this. And you throw the chick under the bus that she had to resign and quit her job. They say she don't like women. You in an industry where you don't like women. I'm like, why are you in this industry? Why are you trying to start a girl group? Again, it's for her own portfolio as a means to an end for her. Yeah, she was wild talking about these little girls like that. They just starting out in the business. They don't know nothing. They young. They ain't lived their life. They ain't did nothing. So I felt bad for New Jeans in that way because, again, they didn't deserve to be talked like they young girls. Like if you're dealing with a bunch of 16, 17, 18-year-old, whether they be boys or girls, they're gonna act like they're teenagers. They're gonna act like teenagers. They're gonna bicker. They're gonna be messy. They're gonna yell at each other. There are gonna be some days that they don't feel like working. It's like herding cats. Being a manager is like really being an overglorified babysitter. Your job is to get them from point A to point B. Your job is to make sure that they're on time, that they're ready, they're up, they're ready. It's like being an overglorified babysitter, especially for the young ones. Now, as longer they get into business, then they'll be able to do things more on their own and they get to be more mature. But a 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds don't have the life experience or the maturity to really deal with the music industry. They have to learn. It's trial by fire. They have to learn how to deal with things within the business. Who is Min Hee Jin? Min Hee Jin was the former CEO of a company called Adore. Adore is a subsidiary or a subsidiary label underneath HYBE, HYBE in Seoul, South Korea. HYBE is a K-pop company, one of the big four, the biggest of the four K-pop companies in Seoul, South Korea. HYBE also owns Big Hit, which Big Hit is the home of BTS. So yes, it's HYBE is the house that BTS built. And so Min Hee Jin, she had a group called New Jeans, and New Jeans was underneath the door. And there's been several lawsuits in the past year and a half because Min Hee Jin has been fighting with HYBE. She's been fighting with the company, and New Jeans have been trying to get out of their contract. And Min Hee Jin, I think she has several lawsuits where she's being sued. And we're talking about the Source Music thing. And Source Music also is a subsidiary of HYBE Incorporated. And they're suing Min Hee Jin, saying that like for defamation because she caused a lot of problems. And no problem, Marsha. And so, yeah, I've done a series of videos. I did a video recently talking about the court case where the judge between Min Hee Jin and Adore. I did a video about that. I've done numerous videos about this. And I'm going to do a deep dive about the Source Music thing. And then also, I'd like to say about the Source Music thing, there was no reason for her to bring up LE SSERAFIM and Islet. There was no reason for her to bring it up. She did a press conference and got up there and cussed and cried and acted crazy and wore green makeup. I don't know what was going on with her. I mean, but she didn't have to bring up LE SSERAFIM. There is no excuse. If she was mad that LE SSERAFIM debuted before New Jeans, she could not bring up LE SSERAFIM. She could have came to the media or said things in the media and put it this way. She could have said, I'm upset with Source Music and HYBE because they let another girl group debut before my group. That Source Music has done things to undermine New Jeans, and HYBE has done things and they undermined New Jeans at every turn. The fact that every time she would bring up Illit and LE SSERAFIM by name, she did not have to bring up the groups by name. She did not have to bring up these groups by name. Yeah, she's being sued. She should, LE SSERAFIM and Islet should get damages. Because literally, they have been relentlessly harassed. And then in the court documents, yeah, she said LE SSERAFIM, she was saying that Illit, or Islet, however you pronounce the name, plagiarized her and all this. She didn't have to say the name of, she didn't have to say the name of the group. She didn't have to keep bringing it up. But the way she crafted it with the media, it was directly blaming LE SSERAFIM and Islet. She kept bringing their name up. And then they talked about, and they talked about in the court records that LE SSERAFIM would go to their hotel room and they would just cry. And they would call their management and say, well, what do we do now? How do we get past this? They were saying that LE SSERAFIM really thought that their careers were over. And that it did. And Source Music admitted that with LE SSERAFIM, it did slow down their career. Their career suffered because of all of this. And it was hard to hear that they were going to their hotel room and crying. And I could not just imagine, like, you just trying to live your dream. It's not LE SSERAFIM's. They didn't make the decision when they should debut. LE SSERAFIM was a group just like New Jeans. How was it up to them? Why were people angry at them? I don't understand. It's not like the Seraphim said, well, we're gonna debut now. They're not the one making this decisions. Source Music, Bang PD, they were making the decisions about who should debut who. The groups never have any control over that. Yes, I'm a K-pop fan. Yeah, it is sad. They said that they were just distraught. They didn't know what to do. They were like, they thought that LeSeraphim thought they were, and I'm sure Islet thought the same too, that their careers were over, that their career were over. And it's really sad that they were in their hotel room like every night crying, all of them crying because they thought they're, and they admitted, and I thought it was really sad. I'll say it again, it stymied their career. Like it really affected their group. Same thing for Islet, but I think it affected the Seraphim's group perhaps more because Island was really just getting started. Well, the Seraphim debuting first, they really hit the ground running with their debut album and everything like that. And then their career was just chugging right along, and then bam, all this stuff happened with Hee Jin. And yes, I do. I feel, and then all this stuff happened with Hee Jin and just blew up their career. So they were skyrocketing, and this has still affected their career. And then knowing that they didn't have, why would anybody be mad at them? They didn't have any choice over when. I don't understand. Like, it's so silly in K-pop. Why are they getting blamed? Le Seraphim have no choice over when they're going to debut. They didn't make the decision. Le Seraphim didn't write the contract. Le Seraphim had nothing to do with it. And the fact that Hee Jin went out of her way to mention them by name over and over and over again, when she didn't have to. She could have left that out. She could have got up there and got mad at Source Music and HYBE, whatever. She could have accused Bang PD. She could have called Bang PD a fat pig, whatever, like she did behind the scenes. She called Bang PD a fat pig, by the way, y'all. Y'all remember that? She called Bang PD a fat pig. She said she didn't like that fat pig. And so she could have did all of that, but to drag Le Seraphim and Islet into this was the part that I find just unforgivable. That's just unforgivable because they did nothing. They had nothing to do with none of this. The Seraphim was living their best life, and then all suddenly overnight they were getting death threats. Yes, she went after them on purpose because it would give her more leverage. So Islet and Le Seraphim did nothing. She just did this because it gave them more leverage. So I thought that was horrible too. And that she felt obviously no remorse that she fucked up their career. Like she felt nothing. Like just, oh well, collateral damage. Yes, she knew exactly what she was doing by naming the other groups by name. And this is something that other executives have never done. I have to reiterate this. I say, y'all, everything Hee Jin described is things that go on the business that are just normal. Groups get delayed. Groups' albums get delayed. They get set back. They have the producers and the writers have other projects going on. They're trying to secure, sometimes music rights, sometimes collaborations. Sometimes you have producers working on like 2 or 3 different albums at the same time, sometimes. So the delays and everything she was describing, I asked people in the industry and they were like, this is all normal. This could happen in the industry. There have been artists that have been debuted before other groups. They're like, it just happens. There are some artists that are giving brand deals over other artists in the same label or subsidiaries. This happens. This is nothing unusual. This is nothing crazy. This just happens. It's the industry. And the fact that she had been in the industry that long and didn't kind of act like dummied up like she was brand new, like she didn't understand that delays happen. You mean she been in the industry since 2002 and she ain't never had no album delays? She ain't had no debut delays? Come on now, Hee Jin, come on. Get out of here. You mean to tell me she done worked in the business over 20 years and she ain't never had nothing at SM Entertainment? She ain't never had no branding deals, not go to one artist and went to no girl, gone. The things that she was describing, what she was upset about, was like she had been in the business long enough that these things have always happened. They've happened before. She just wanted to find an excuse because she wanted HYBE to give her Adore and New Jeans. So that's it. Yeah, she was whining because she was promised the first girl group, and then the debut didn't. I mean, it was just silliness. But again, these things that happen have happened in the industry. These things happen all the time. She wasn't brand new. She had been with SM all these years as a creative director. She had worked her way from the bottom up. She had seen all kinds of shit in the industry. Many Jin know where the bodies is buried at SM, so to speak, figuratively speaking. So, yes, delays are inevitable. BTS have had delays. Everybody has had delays. So I didn't understand what was the point. What was she complaining about? I just didn't get it. And again, once again, when I felt like I don't really understand, guess what? Bam! Ding, 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 winner. The shaman has entered the chat. Baby, when I felt like I was like, what was she really? Then they were like, oh, and then she was on the phone with her shaman. I said, oh shit. I said, hot damn, here we go. I said, oh, of course. Of course. I'm like, what was I thinking? Like, here I was just going, reading these court documents going, what? Well, Hee Jin spoke to her shaman. Shit. Just when you can't figure nothing out, I said, oh, here come the shaman. The shaman entered the chat. The shaman, she contacted the shaman and asked, I said, okay, now, yeah, okay, now, okay. Then on this day, she was talking to the shaman. I'm like, okay. And then the shaman, I said, oh, of course. Here comes the shaman. Oh, what was I thinking? Why would I be thinking rational? Just when you can't figure out nothing with Hee Jin, baby, the shaman will bring me back in and be like, ah, yes, the shaman. So yeah, it's the shaman. She's trying to say that she picked members of New Jeans. She didn't. Now there was other, I do have to say there were other candidates besides just those 5 girls. Originally, if y'all haven't heard, there was like 7 or 8 different girls. And then she used the shaman to help pick out which one she wanted. Like, then she was saying that she was going to debut a certain time. And then the shaman was telling her, well, no, don't debut this day. And I was like, why would I ever think there was anything rational about any of this? I'm like, oh, it's the shaman. Okay, come on. I was like, where's the shaman at? The shaman. And then, she was trying to get a spirit of her dead sister and one of these trainees that got cut. Look, if you can't understand anything, if you don't understand shamanism, you're not understanding what's going on. So the shaman. Who is the shaman? The shaman, Susanna, the shaman, Hee Jin had used a shaman. Okay, she has there's extensive cacao messages that she went back and forth with the shaman. Hee Jin apparently apparently, according to me, from what evidence I've seen, a really deep ingrained belief in Korean shamanism. I did a whole video about Korean shamanism a couple of months ago. She really into this. So she was consulting the shaman almost on a daily basis about various things about the group, about the company and everything like that. So she was constantly consulting the shaman. So she was going to her spiritual advisor and asking when the group should debut, which girls that she needs to really pick to finalize, which girls she need to get rid of. She pushed and forced to have I think if originally it was going to be a 7-member group, she wanted 5 because the shaman told her 5 was a better number. I don't know. Okay. She was really into it. You thought it was a joking, but no, the shaman is real. The shaman is real. Okay, good night, ATP 86. Yes, her sister. Hee Jin has a sister that passed away, and she was trying to get the spirit of her deceased sister into one of the trainees. Now, I don't know exactly why, but it had something to do with something. I don't remember. But when I read that, I was like, that's wild. That's wild. She did. They said over the years that Hee Jin has paid, I think they said $2 million to the shaman altogether. $2 million. The shaman, she made the shaman famous. Like they named the shaman. Yeah, like Susanna, yes, like black magic, like shaman. Okay, I'm in the wrong field too. I said, damn, I need to be. Korean shamanism is a belief that has gained popularity over the past 5 to 10 years. It is something. Okay, be right back. It is something normally that is the old beliefs of old ancient Korean beliefs, and that is went away for quite a while, but it's made a resurgence. It's made a resurgence in K dramas. There have been various K dramas that have featured shamans. Like some of them are comedies, some of them are serious, supernatural thrillers. So shamanism has come back. There's been popularity. I did a whole video where I talked about Korean shamanism, what it is, how, where it came from, the history of it, and how it's popular today. A lot of the elites, a lot of the famous, the former presidents, there have been former presidents that have used shamans. They use shamans as spiritual advisors in South Korea. There are famous shamans who live in really, really big mansions in Seoul because they anything that a shaman performs for you, you have to pay. So she has to pay. And then you have consultations. And then where you can consult with your shaman about business things, about personal things, love life, anything you could think of. Then there's some elites, really rich people that have a personal shaman where they can cacao message this person. They pay them a certain fee per month, I've learned, and where they can consult this person and message them anytime that they need them. And they pay them a retainer fee per month. I learned this just recently. And so a lot of people, especially rich people, are really into this. They think that having a shaman can give you a step ahead in business. And so there's whenever you go to a shaman, smaller things doesn't really cost you a lot. But if you're talking about bigger things, it could cost tens of thousands of dollars to have a shaman do a ritual for you, prayers for you. There's shamans that can, like this bracelet my daughter made me. You see, it says BTS Army. So, like, if I have a bracelet like my daughter gave me, I could take this bracelet to the shaman and pay a shaman, and she could put incantations and charms and protection spells. And so, whenever I wear this bracelet, I am protected by the spirits, the Korean spirits. With this bracelet, it can be for protection. It can be success. So I think Minnie Jin has been into these things for a long time. I think maybe she thinks that the secret to her success is part of the shaman. And so it just depends on what kind of spells and what kind of things you want to do. There is animal sacrifice in Korean shaman beliefs. They do believe in butchering a pig. There's a big ritual where you have to pay to get a pig, and the shaman and every shaman has their own fees, but yes, they will butcher a pig. Animal sacrifice is a thing in shamanism. You take parts of the pig's body and you can cook them and ingest them. They can be infused with magic and you can eat them, and that will give you power, certain powers. They put money and coins in like the pig's nose and mouth, and you're supposed to set the shaman will set the pig, on their doorsteps or in certain areas. There's candles, there's incense, there's talismans. There's all kinds of things in shamanism that you pay for. And so I think they were saying over the course of a couple of years before they went back, I think she's paid them all, the shaman altogether, about $2 million over the course of a couple of years. That is, but I mean, a highly rated shaman, you can find your shaman through word of mouth. A lot of times people will be like, "Ooh, I have a good shaman. She's done all these things for me." And then you're like, "Okay, give me her number." And then the shaman can do rituals and things for you to make things. And so Minnie Jen, with considering the cacao messages, I she consulted the shaman very often. And so, shaman is on the run. They still looking for. Yeah, the shaman's a girl. Yeah, the shaman is it's a lady. Cute bracelet. Yeah, my daughter made it for me. My daughter, I have a sugar bracelet too. And then I have one. This says fall. It says fall on it. She made bracelet. Yeah, I think everybody's allowed to believe in. I said I respect everybody's belief, but yeah, cross the lines when you're coming into other people's lives. And again, Minnie Jin, she is really into this. And again, I have no shade to anybody's belief. I have no shade. But it was obviously to me that like when I don't understand anything, I'm just like, oh, that's right. The shaman probably told her to do it. So there's some things that don't make sense. But then if you read the cacao message, I went back and read all the shaman messages where she was talking to her shaman. It is cuckoo. I mean, it for me, like I said, I'm not trying to drag her beliefs, but the things that she was asking for, it wasn't things that I would be deemed as being appropriate. Like for me, it was things that were bad things that she was asked. That there weren't things that were good, wholesome things that she was asked. Some of the shit that she was asking for was just selfish, greedy, manipulative kind of things. It wasn't. It was stuff to bring her money and success on the backs of other people. It wasn't thinking when she was trying to get the spirit of her dead sister to possess this trainee, she wasn't thinking about the spirit of the trainee. Let's just put it in shaman's terms. She wasn't thinking about the spiritual rights of the trainee as a person. She wasn't thinking like this young lady as a person. She was thinking of her as a vessel. And that is a very dangerous and to me, in my opinion, evil way of thinking. Even if you do believe in shamanism, that is an evil way of thinking. Having another spirit possess someone's body is something not to be taken lightly, even in shamanism. Like to mess around with the spirits of the dead, you got to have a shaman that really, she got to really know what she's doing. And you really have to be doing it a lot of times in a way because you're trying to save something or help somebody, not because you want a different trainee or you want to do. So her motivation for doing certain these high level shamanistic rituals was to me not even up on the up and up in shaman Korean shaman terms. It was like her motivation for doing things was so greedy and so selfish that I don't understand. I understand the shaman is getting paid too, but I just from looking at a lot of Korean shamanistic belief, a lot of times people are going to a shaman because they want to be helped. They want to be healed physically, mentally, emotionally. They are in dire straits financially. It's always like they need help. And I don't think Hee Jin, to me, in my opinion, she was shamaning right. She wasn't to me. She wasn't using the shaman on a way that I think was a very holistic, moral way. To me, she was tampering around with something that was done to me in a very negative light. And from what I learned, when you mess around with the spiritual and you're doing it for selfish motivations, I heard that like that backfires on you when it comes to the shaman belief. The sister soul is crazy, yeah. Yeah, not only did she not care about her sister soul, yeah, she didn't care about that young lady, about her autonomy and her soul. Like, why would you possess? I don't, even if you do believe in that. Yeah, she had an evil mindset. And that's why I feel like everything has blown up in her face and will continue. In my opinion, in my honest opinion, when you mess around, so I don't think Hee Jin will ever have any luck. I think because she tapped into something that she shouldn't have been tapping in for reasons that she shouldn't have been using it for. And I think that a lot of the things that she's experiencing right now is blowback because she has tapped into the spiritual world and tapped into her belief system and she's used it as a way to manipulate and do things and not in a right way. If she wanted to start an agency, Hee Jin could have started an agency. If she wanted to start a group, not New Jeans, but if she wanted to start a group, she could have did that everything the right way. She could have not dragged LaSarah from an illness. She could have not went to the court case. She could have worked for a door, helped New Jeans be successful. And then once they were successful and she had made her stock options on her money, she could have cashed in her stock options, gracefully backed out, and been like, Adore, you have New Jeans, y'all, I'm gonna come and create my own New Jeans to rival y'all. I'm gonna do it better than what New Jeans. She could have created a girl group that could have been better than New Jeans. You understand what I'm saying? She could have got some really talented young ladies. Now, look, I'm not trying to throw shade, but New Jeans are not, in my opinion, that talented. And how they were scouted just kind of proved that all of them weren't really musically or dance. There's few of them that were really talented. There's like 2 or 3 that maybe, but the other ones is kind of iffy. But she could have did it the right way. She could have helped New Jeans, put them on, got them popular, stayed there for a couple of years, and backed out of a door. She could have easily bowed out and said, I'm going to go do my own thing. I got my stock options. I got my $20 million, and I'm going to create my own agency. And I'm going to do the things the way I want to do them. And I'm going to do them better than HYBE, better than Source Music. I'm going to have a group better than New Jeans. I'm going to get investors, and I'm going to I'm going to create my agency, and I'm going to show all you men that I can do it better than you. I'm a creative director. I'm talented. I'm creative. I'm confident. I can do this without you. I don't need HYBE to give me a company. I can go create my own company, do my own thing. If she would have did that and backed out and used the shaman to create her own successful company, I think none of this would be happening. But Hee Jin didn't want to do things the right way. She wanted to take a shortcut. She wanted HYBE to give her a door where HYBE's already invested money and HYBE already had artists. She wanted to take New Jeans. She wanted to do things the messed up way. When she easily could have got investors and had the resources and started her own agency. So she doing now. So you mean to tell me she didn't go through all these court cases, going through all these things just for her to turn around and start her own agency? Make that make sense. Somebody tell me, how does that make sense? So you done did all these things, all this evil shit, all this court cases and this court money for you to turn around, get some investors. They're building a new building, and you filed trademark for a new agency and a new logo. So what is the point of all of this? She could have been did that. She could be on her way building her own girl group or boy group or whatever to be the next biggest thing in the industry. If she would have did everything the right way, she could have her building, her agency could be open, she could be recruiting people, and she could be a force in the industry with all her knowledge and all her talent if she would have done it the right way. Yeah. Maybe she lives for the chaos. I don't know. But for her to start her own agency now, I'm like, I was flabbergasted. So you got investors and backers. You gonna start your own agency now? Yes, Crab. Yes. I mean, I'm like, she could have left the door. She could have been did that. Why would you? I'm like, lady, maybe she need to get a refund from the shaman. Maybe the shaman need to get her money back. Because I'm like, if the shaman told her, because the shaman, there's messages where the shaman was telling her that she was going to be successful and that this is the way to do it. And the shaman was telling her that things were going to fall in her favor. So maybe she thought it was going to be easy because the shaman was telling her. But none of this has gone right, Hello, Kim Wilson. None of this has gone right. So then she ended up doing all this and then back at square one, where she should have been in the first place. So now she's starting her own agency. Make this make sense. I was like, you can't make this up, child. Just for her to be doing something that she should have been done. She could have been started her own agency 2 years ago. She could have started in 2022. She could have been on her way to a award-winning group. They could have been burning up the charts now. All because what? She got greedy? Maybe in her mind she was successful. I don't understand how being sued and being tied up in court for the next 2-3 years, because it's gonna take her a while. I don't see the court costs, the damage to her reputation. Her reputation is damaged. Like, even though people are still going to work with her, but her reputation is damaged. She didn't win all these court costs, all these litigation, her reputation damaged for what? She could have left with her reputation intact, and she could have really built another powerhouse agency to rival the Big Four. She could have did things her own way. She could have used her own ideas and could have did things her own way. She could have cashed in her stock options and told her door, New Jeans, been nice working with you. Good luck, ladies. You're in good hands. Go on about your career. And so now New Jeans is not going to have a career. And I talked about that in my video. Now they're not going to have a career. So I don't know. So again, I'm going to do a deep dive where I'm going to go through each one of the whole article and the whole court records. And I'm going to release that video this week, where I'm just going to dish it and talk about it. So make sure y'all, because like I said, there's a lot more to this that I noticed, and I'm just like, what? And I was like, I think she didn't expect, just watching Jen repeat. You watching Jen? Watching Jen is always a good day. It was a good day. So yeah, none of this stuff makes sense. But again, the shaman. When you don't make sense, always go defer to the shamanism. Yeah, they're in the contract to 2029. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get out of their contract, and they're going to appeal. Just like I said in my video, they're going to appeal, and they're going to be back in court for another year. And my prediction, before I get off of this, ladies and gentlemen out there, my prediction, one of these kids is going to crack. I forgot to put that in my video. I'm going to go on record and say it right now. One of these kids is going to crack. One of these kids. Yeah, they're not making music. They can't make any music. If they violate the court order, they have to pay like $700,000 per violation per person. That's a lot of money, $700,000. So they can't make music without them going back to Adore. And the judge said in the court case that he suggested they mediate and they try to make things up. They try to patch things up. But my prediction is at least one is going to crack. I promise. I've said this for months now. I said, I promise you, one of them parents is sitting around going, okay, like we have got ourselves in a real bad situation here. Maybe we should go back. And I think, yes, Marie, I think one of them is one of their families is gonna be like, enough is enough. Like they have no money coming in. They can't make music. They can't do anything. All they're doing is just sitting at home. Money drying up. When the bag gets short, I'm telling you, one of the parents is gonna look at the other ones and they're gonna sit their child down and they're gonna be like, look, sweetheart, we can't do this anymore. We have to go back. Like we need to just do whatever we got to do. We have to go back. I cannot see a situation where all five of them are gonna hang on. I promise you, at least one of those parents is sitting up at night, staring at the ceiling, going, "Okay, we need to get out of this situation." Adore will let them come back. I think Adore will let one. All Adore has to do is let one of them come back and reform New Jeans, just like they did 50/50. It's the same situation that happened with 50/50. 50/50 sued, tried to get out of the contract, and they lost. So and then there was, I think, two that went back to their agency. 50/50 just released the album last year, and they released another album this year. And their album last year had some really good songs, and they charted in Korea. But they haven't been as big as when they first came out. But 50/50, that's what happened to them. And ain't nobody seen them 50/50 girls since. Them other ones, I think two went back. And they got some more girls around them other two, and they just reformed 50/50. And Adore, they can do that. They can try to do that. 2029 is a long time. Yeah, 50/50, yeah. Two of them went back. The other ones didn't, and they lost. They lost their cases, and yes, two of them went back. I think they will be blacklisted as well. But I said in my last video, don't be surprised that people will want to work with Minnie Jin. Minnie Jin has producers and writers that she knows in the industry she worked with. Minnie Jin has worked with a lot of people in the industry. She pulls a lot of weight in the industry. And I said, don't be surprised if people will work with her. I said in my last video that there will be trainees who will be desperate enough to want to be in the industry. And so they will go to her agency. Once her agency is up and running next year or whenever, she will have some trainees. There will be people and parents who want a chance, and they feel like they would hitch their wagons to Hee Jin. Yeah. I said, don't be surprised. Nothing surprised me in K-pop. Because people are like, oh, she'd be blacklisted. I'm like, yeah, but as to how much blacklisting, I don't know. Y'all would be surprised. You would be honestly surprised. You'd be surprised. Yeah, the Cupid song came, yes. And never heard another one. Yeah, because they sued their label. They were trying to get more money. Then they lost. And then two of them said, to hell with this, and they went back. Yeah, they will be dancing with the devil, Kim. You're right. If they want to trust this person. But I'm telling you, there is enough desperation in the industry that, yes, young people are desperate. Even still, despite everything that's going on, they want to be in the industry. And their parents want them to be in the industry. Even after seeing the crazy text and what, yes. It is messed up. It's a very sad situation for New Jeans that I kind of feel bad for them because they're young. I feel bad for New Jeans. I blame their parents. To me, their parents hold more. I have more animus towards their parents than anything because they're young. I would not expect an 18, 19, 20-year-old to know the ins and the outs of the music industry and the ins and the outs of dealing with adults. They're young. 18, 19, 20, they don't know nothing. They don't know shit about shit in life. They don't know nothing about life. Nothing. Life, career, anything. They don't know nothing. I blame them parents is who I blame. The parents should know better. And the parents should do whatever they can for they can for their child. And like I said, I think one of the parents, at least one, is seeing the writing on the wall and they were like, this is not going to end well. For my child's career, for us, none of it. Because New Jeans is a collateral dad. Minnie Jen will be okay. She'll ride off into the sunset, but New Jeans will not. They will be blacklisted from the industry. And unless they go back to Adore, I can't see a situation where they're going to want to be where people are going to work with them. Whether they go solo, whether they fall into another group, the industry does not look favorably upon artists who are trying to get out of contract, especially the nonsense that they pulled. Well, they just made up nonsense. The reason why they weren't mistreated, they weren't abused, none of these things happened to them. So yes, New Jeans will suffer because I think that their career, I said in my last video, their careers are over. And if their parents don't understand or see that, I don't know what to tell you. 2029 is a long time, baby. Yeah, one of the fathers, yes, they were suing for custody. He had enough of this and he wanted to go back. And, I feel like the parents wanted money too. A lot of them do. They wanted money fame for their kids so they can be set up for the rest of their life. Because once the kids are set up, then the parents are set up. Yeah, nobody was going to want to work with anybody break their contract. But yeah, I'll do a whole video talking about the source music and I'll go paragraph by paragraph and I'll have a discussion, a video, not a live stream. But yeah, that's just it, And what else happened with HYBE? Oh yeah, they revealed as a liability. So what else? So I'll get into that video, but I could go on and on about that because I got some opinions about that. But I'll save it for the video, y'all. Make sure y'all watch the video. Make sure y'all like, share, subscribe my channel. Make sure you click thumbs up, babies. Click thumbs up, babies. Anyway, the next thing we're going to talk about is TXT. My gateway into K-pop, TXT. Have you guys seen the what is his name? Yeonjun new album? Have y'all heard? He had an album release party with a bunch of fans, and they posted it on. I don't know if y'all subscribed it. I subscribed to TXT on their channel on YouTube, and so HYBE has been releasing clips and videos and things. And like I said, I watched the album release party with the fans. I watched that for an hour and a half last night. Someone said, "Oh, hot. Oh, you saw a clip of a new song, but it wasn't your cup of tea." All right, I have to say, I saw him perform one song live, like a music bank or something. So this is his solo album, by the way, just in case I didn't mention it. It's his solo album. I do not find Yeonjun, I do not find him physically attractive like that. I think he's a nice looking guy. I think he's very talented. He's a good singer, good dancer. But he don't get the juices flowing for me. He's a little too skinny for my taste. Again, y'all know I'm the #1 K-pop chubby chaser. #1 K-pop chubby chaser. Don't nobody like chubby people in K-pop as much as I do. Because I love my chubby ones. I love my thickums. Okay. So Yeonjun is a little too skinny for me, but he's an attractive guy. But I did listen to 3 or 4 songs off his album. I loved it. There's a song called Coma that I freak because it's my kind of music. It's R&B. It's weirdo R&B rap. No, I wouldn't say weirdo. I'm being glib. I wouldn't say weirdo, but it's heavily R&B rap. I love thickums. But you're not TXT fan. Crap, why? Why are you hurting me like this? Why are you hurting my spirit? You hurt my spirit. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for TXT. That's the first K-pop anything I liked. Was I went to a TXT concert in 2022 and fell in love with K-pop. But I can understand TXT is not everybody's cup of tea. But I can dig it. I can dig it. I respect it. I love Coma. Shelling P. Like I was listening to the song. I was like, what kind of weird song is that? Baby. I said, okay, let me just give the whole song a chance. I fell in love with Coma. I I had my daughter in the car. You know, my daughter hates K-pop. And I was like, honey, listen. And I told Jennifer to listen. And Jennifer said, okay, I'll give it a chance. Because we both like R&B. Like, I like really like indie kind of R&B. And it kind of gives me that feel. Please check it out. Yeah. Yeah, they do have like 20-second clips. Yeah, me too. I feel like, but there are a few songs that he did release like a full, like he has a music video for what is it? Tell It Like It Is or Tell It Something. I don't know. But there's one song that he has like a full music video. And he's dancing with the girl. And he actually had girls on stage. Girl, I was like, yes, he was performing at Music Bank and they had girl dancers on stage. Like he didn't pull a whole ass J-Hope up in here. I was like, oh, he didn't pull the J-Hope. He dancing with a girl. He over here like backing it up, backing it up. He backing it up. He backing it. He popping it. She popping it. She throwing it back. I was like, well, I was like, okay. Jennifer was on here very briefly, but she had to go. Jennifer said hi and then she left. But yeah, I told Jennifer, listen, y'all laughing? Yeah, he had I was like, uh-oh. I was like, Lord, J-Hope done rubbed off on him. Lord have mercy. But I was like, we're gonna talk about Cat's Eye in a minute. But I was like, J-Hope and Rubber. So yes, he has one song that's a full music video that I saw. But the other songs I just had to YouTube search them and then people has posted the full song. So I think there's 3 songs off the album that I listened to like the full song. But I'm gonna try to go back and find the other ones because people have been posting like the album or whatever. That was Danielle from Cat's Eye. Oh, they're not social distancing with the women anymore. Obviously not. Oh, that was Danielle. Oh, that was Danielle from Cat's Eye. Oh my God. Oh, you about to fell out your chair. Then killing me, girl. It's still killing me. Oh, that was Danielle from Cat's Eye. Okay, well, they was dancing, child. Danielle, I love her. I absolutely love her. Cause I kept going. I said, who is this pretty girl? This beautiful girl up here. I had to go. Let me see if I can. I don't think my TV turned off. Cause I was like, who's this pretty girl? Yeah, Danielle from Cat's Eye kind of remind me of my daughter. She reminds me like an older version of my kid. But Danielle from Cat's Eye, yeah, I like her because she reminds me of my daughter, an older version. Yeah, J-Hope. Yeah, J-Hope was like, look, let me show you how it's done. But yeah, so go and take a look at his album and y'all, we'll come back next week and we'll talk about it. As soon as they really start releasing more songs this week. And then I'm gonna listen to the whole album because I liked it. Like it's my kind of music. Like it's kind of like Tyler Creator, like it's kind of like rap, hip hop, R&B, Tyler Creator kind of stuff. It's infusion, and I like it. Daniela. She's pretty. Yeah, she's very beautiful and she's talented. She's a beautiful girl. We're gonna talk about Cat's Eye. So what else is going on HYBE? So Cat's Eye got nominated for some Grammys. Like Cat's Eye, I was like, woo! I was so now look, let me tell y'all something. Now Cat's Eye music isn't Cat's Eye, I like their music. Cat's Eye, when it comes to talent, first of all, let me tell you about Cat's Eye. Cat's Eye is a multicultural global group that is underneath HYBE, and they've been around for about 2 years. And when they came out, they came out, they was cute, but within this following album, this album that just came out, they've had Gabriella, they've had Gnarly, they've had a bunch of songs on there. Good night, Susan. Good night. Um, and I really like Cat's Eye, and congratulations to them. They deserved it. Like Cat's Eye hit the ground running. They've shown the K-pop industry what a global group should be and can be. Okay, Cat's Eye have had some haters. There have been some haters online, and there have been some haters and people just saying things that don't make no sense. I follow Cat's Eye on Weverse. I'm not into girl groups. Y'all know I'm a bona fide girl group disliker. I dislike girl groups with a passion. I do not follow girl groups. There's not many girl groups I can say I like. I really like XG. I like Young Posse. I like Cat's Eye, and I like Blackpink sometimes, some days, depending on what mood I'm in, depending on which way the which way the wind is blowing. Which way the wind is blowing. I might like Blackpink one day, the next day I'm a little iffy on them. Okay, y'all know how I feel about Blackpink. I have a love-hate relationship with Blackpink, but I don't like girl groups. Girl groups not a thing, but I do like Cat's Eye. I do appreciate Cat's Eye and what they bring to the industry. I do understand that there are going to be more groups trying to emulate Cat's Eye and that have succeeded and failed. Like they talk about Vicha, like JYP started Vicha, and that's just been a disaster. They went from like KG from Vicha is suing JYP still, and then they lost another girl, so now they're down to like four girls, and they were not really doing anything. There's another group called In Something. They're like a I forgot the name of them. Maybe y'all know the name of them. I don't have my TV on right now, but there's another group called In Something, not In Mix, but IN dot dot something, and they're an international group, and they have not really done anything either. I forgot what agency that they're with. But yeah, there have been other agencies that have tried to do this international global girl group thing, and they have not succeeded. But girl groups are not my thing, you know. Someone mentioned that Vicha and that they're girl set now. All right, have they rebranded? Okay, well they may have rebranded because I know they've had some really ups and downs. So other companies have tried, but I'm gonna tell you, I mean, I just Cat's Eye really caught my attention with this comeback in this album. You heard their song and it was okay. So Cat's Eye had really caught my attention. First of all, I don't know who styles Cat's Eye. Whoever the hell, ma'am, sir, people, whoever, if they see this video, whoever styles Cat's Eye, like they deserve their own award. Cat's Eye styling is so stunning to me. It is so stunning. To me, Cat's Eye styling is stunning. Like they always look good. Cat's Eye can sing. Can't nobody say that they cannot sing. Can nobody say that Cat's Eye are not talented. They can sing, they can dance. They have some really talented young ladies. They are all very beautiful young ladies. They're all very, very attractive, very stunning, beautiful. I love their Gap. Their Gap ad killed it. I watched their Gap ad. I was asleep in my bed and I heard my milkshake because I like that song. I like the song. And then I looked up and I saw it was Cat's Eye and I howled. I said, ah! I was like, that's how you do it, girls. They always look stunning. They're very beautiful, beautiful. You don't know any of their names. That's okay, girl. You know, I know like Danielle, I know Laura, I know Megan, I know Magnon. I know a few of them. But then when Gnarly came out, I didn't like Gnarly, but I understood what they were doing. And so they hit the ground running with Gnarly when that song came out. All my daughter's little friends were singing this song. And I told them, I said, this is good. And I told everybody, I said, when that song came out, I told you, I said, this song gonna be a big hit, y'all. Y'all were like, oh my God. I told you, I said, that song gonna be a hit. I knew it was gonna be a hit. I said, so Cat's Eye got nominated for Grammys. Couldn't happen to a better group. Cat's Eye is also going on to a North American tour. Their first like real North American tour. And if Cat's Eye come to Dallas, as long as their tickets are reasonably priced, because them girl group tickets be killing us. But I plan to drag Jennifer with me to go see, even though Cat's Eye ain't really her thing. I'm going to see Twice in January, which is our first girl group. But 2026, we're gonna try to go see more girl groups. I think, because I don't really like girl groups, but I want to see Cat's Eye next year. So when they come to North America, they have a tour. Gnarly, gnarly. I like Gnarly. It grew on me. It grew on me. But I like Cat's Eye. So if they come, yes, Twice. I'm going to see Twice in January. You think they're coming to Austin too? Are you in Austin? It is what it is in Austin. You with me in Texas. I'm near Dallas. So you're in Austin. I've been to Austin many times. Many times. Especially to go see concerts and stuff and venues because Dallas, sometimes they be skipping over Dallas sometimes when they go straight to Austin. But I will go see Cat's Eye when they come. And I'm excited. And hopefully tickets won't be, like I said, them girl group tickets, sometimes they be really crazy. So oh, you're near Fort Worth, but no PTO for January. She's like, girl, I ain't got no paid time off for January. I think the Twice concert, I think it's like on a Wednesday, like at 8 p.m. I don't know. I had to ask Jennifer. Jennifer's not here. She buys the tickets. I just provide the money. I was just here, money, go order ticket, go now. Like I hate ordering tickets. I had to order the Gen tickets and I hated it. I hated the process. I did a whole video talking about the process, which I find ordering tickets to be tedious to do it online. But yes, I'm going to see Twice. I don't know not one Twice song, not one. I don't think I've ever seen a Twice music video. I've seen bits and pieces. I'm gonna be standing up there going, okay. So we'll see how it goes. Because y'all know I go to concerts anywhere groups I've never heard of. Like Stray Kids, I knew like two Stray Kids songs and I went to go see Stray Kids. I went to go see ATs the first time last year and I knew like two ATs songs. We went to ATs again this year. Um, so you call sick. I'm sick. But so yeah, so that's going on with Cat's Eye and HYBE. Okay. So what else? We're gonna talk about what's going on in K-pop. I'm almost done. So just a couple quick hits for speaking of SM Entertainment. SM Entertainment, I told y'all last week EXO had a lawsuit. Three members of EXO had a lawsuit against SM Entertainment. EXO is a boy group. That's like they're like the BTS of SM is what people explain it to me. I'm not too familiar. I went to go see Kai. Kai is a member of SO. He had solo songs. He came to a concert in the Dallas Fort Worth area, and I went to go see the concert. Good night. Good night, Eric Shelling P. Good night. Oh, I'll like Twice. Okay. Yoon Che. Yoon Che is the other one I forget. I forget her name. But good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. I'm gonna sing for you. Good night. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. I get silly at night. But yeah, so the three EXO members that sued, so EXO is having a comeback. So next year, EXO is having this big comeback. They're having like a tour, they're having like a big fan meet, they're having a new album. So EXO plan to, I guess, rival BTS. I guess they're gonna be like, put up your dukes, BTS, pow, pow, pow. So EXO plan to come back, but I think their comeback starts in February. So they're trying to get out ahead of BTS. And I don't know. I think their tour is going to be later on during the year or something like that. Yeah, they're going to be like fighting BTS. Like, come on, BTS, get it. Right. But so fans were excited when SM announced that SM's revenue has increased this year. SM's revenue is up by 32%. SM has had aespa, they've had NCT Dream and Rise and a bunch of other artists that they constantly sell a lot of albums. So a lot of SM's revenue has been album sales. They haven't been on like a lot of tours and stuff. Stray Kids Not albums released on the 21st of this month. Oh, I didn't know that. All right, well, go ahead. I'm ready. I'm ready for the new album. Releases on the 21st. Okay, I gotta remember that. But so SM's revenue's up 32%. Because of all the albums that they do most of their stuff through album stuff. So SM has something called SM Town, which is like their big annual fest. They have this big annual fest called SM Town. That I watch it, and I watch SM Town usually every year. At least for the past since I've been into K-pop, I usually watch them. They'll have some trainees performing. They'll have these groups and everything like that. I wonder is Dear Alice gonna perform? Because Dear Alice is a UK group. But SM, they're also part of SM as well. So I don't know. Oh, Stray Kids' new album is called Do It. Okay. I'm gonna do it. So we'll see. But SM Entertainment, basically, I posted in my post the copy of the article and put the links for the article. But the three members lost their court case. The court said, because they were fighting over money. So they were saying that SM owed them money and blah, blah, blah. The judge came back and says, no, SM don't owe them no money and they have to stay in their contract. They was trying to get out of their contract, just like New Jeans. But they really had some real complaints because they said that SM had not paid them all of their royalties and stuff like that. So the judge looked at it and came back because, again, this is the case that flew underneath the radar. Nobody was talking about this case. And so I was just amazed. I was like, wait a minute. Nobody, nope, this case barely made the radar. All the Adore and the Mini Gen, you would think the EXO case, three high profile members of EXO at that, sued SM. But no, it didn't. It barely even, that's the power of SM. It barely even, it got out there. So the judge said no. So now the SM members last week came out and said that they want to go back to SM with no conditions, that they just want to go back to SM and they'll accept all of SM's terms and conditions. Child, SM was like, psh, SM was like, bitch, please. Okay, SM basically has told them so far that they'll think about it. And that SM is continuing with 6 members. And they're going to continue doing group activities and releasing this album and doing promotions with just 6 members. So without these 3. So I don't know what's going to happen with these 3 members, but SM was like, skirt. You want to sue? You want to play? Well, you can play your ass on over there. So SM apparently I don't know if they're going to put them on a hiatus. I don't know what SM is going to do with these other 3 members. But, hello, Tammy. I don't know what SM is going to do with these 3 members. But they apparently was like, no, they're going to go ahead with 6 members. So I thought that was pretty shocking. They're pretty shocking. Yeah, they've been benched. Yep. So I don't know what's going to happen with their income, what's going to happen with their money. Are they going to form a subunit or release them, make them, they're going to do solo stuff? Nobody really knows right now. It's just been all up in the air. So I don't know what's going to happen. So that's what happened with SM. Also, we're going to talk about the Grammy nominations. So the Grammy nominations came out Friday. And I posted a short about it. Again, we talked about Cat's Eye. Cat's Eye got some nominations. Rosé and Bruno Mars, that song, that annoying ass song. God knows Rosé, I love her, but that song, they could have kept that song like that. I know that song was very popular and it was a hit, but that song did nothing for me. Cat's Eye nominated for like Best New Group, and then also Gabriella, Best New Group Performance, and then Huntrix from K-Pop Demon Hunter got nominated for a lot of stuff. Huntrix got nominated for like Song of the Year, Group, and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, because of course Golden was like the biggest thing. We are done with that. I'm done with Yes, Golden got nominated for a bunch of stuff, which they should have, because even though Huntrix is not a real group, but still, I don't know what how the Grammys do it. Even though Huntrix is not a real group, but I guess, so I just let Grammys do Grammys. So out of all I hope they perform Golden. Yeah, they probably get them on their live. I can't stand Optim either. So out of all the groups that went on tour, out of all the albums and the things, these are the only 3 groups that was nominated in K-pop. Now, some of y'all is Honey Child. Some of y'all was mad. Honey, some of y'all was upset. Some of y'all was ready to riot. I done read online, people was upset, honey. People was mad as hell. People was mad. People were like, out of all I mean, in my opinion, do I think J-Hope should be nominated? Yes. J-Hope, all 3 songs that came out by J-Hope was fire. So I mean, maybe because I'm BTS Army, I'm blinded by BTS maybe, but all 3 of them J-Hope songs was fire. And they all charted well. J-Hope went on a whole tour and sold out. Like, I'm not understanding. So I understand that, I was surprised that he could at least got 1 single nominated. Like, for real. Like, they just did J-Hope dirty, but okay. So I didn't really say, but I'm like all the other groups that came out with songs, like the Rosé, I understand. Like, I understand Cat's Eye, Huntrix, and Rosé. Like, I understand. I'm not taking anything away from them. They deserve to be nominated. But you mean to tell me that's it? Out of all the songs and the albums and the tours and the groups and the K-pop, this is it? That's it. I don't understand. That it was it. You had Slight Hope for Never Play. It's a WWE theme song or something. Is it? I didn't know that. I didn't know. Is it the WWE theme song? I didn't have any hope for any, RM songs or anything like that. But I thought J Hope at least, or maybe Jin or something. I mean, I thought something. But then again, not even talking about BTS. I'm like, oh, it's on Monday Night SmackDown. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, cha-ching, that's money for RM and Meg The Stallion, my two favorites. But I just thought that like something. I just thought there would be some other groups in there. Like I don't pay attention to girl groups, really. So I know Blackpink wasn't gonna be in there with that jump song. I no. But I would thought that at least Lisa or Jenny would have got on the charts or something. But maybe not. Maybe they weren't big enough. At least Rose the Apta song was big. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I have to really think about it because I'm thinking like, what other songs or groups or albums was in K-pop that had a lot of like westernized crossover appeal. So maybe the Grammys got it right. So before I get up here and drag the Grammys for before I dog walk the Grammys, I need time to think about it because I don't really know what other K-pop groups had like really, really, really good. I don't understand. Look, don't nobody know what the criteria is. You wonder if Yoongi still wants one. Tammy, that's a sore spot. That makes I forgot all about that. I wonder if Yoongi still wants a Grammy. I wonder if he still wants one too. Maybe with the BTS, maybe with the new album. Maybe 2027 will be BTS's year. Maybe 2027 will be their year. I don't know. But that's a good question though, Tammy. It's a good question. I don't know. But I hope my hope is that I don't know. I'm trying to think. Is there any other K-pop songs that were out besides K-pop Demon Hunters? Like I can't really think of anything else that was really that popular that had a lot of crossover appeal. So maybe the Grammys did get it right. Again, the criteria is kind of sketchy. It's just with the Grammys, they have a Grammy committee that votes, and it's just kind of nobody really knows what the criteria is. It would be wonderful for Yoongi to have him. I wanted to see one a Grammy. And child, if Yoongi don't want a Grammy anymore, I'm like, ooh, ooh, the thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. Away the thrill is, yeah, That's a good question. I wonder does Yoongi still want a Grammy? Because he really wanted a Grammy. Yoongi likes his awards. He be looking at his awards like he just be so happy and accomplished. So every award that Yoongi be looking at that award like, damn. I like he be looking at the award like he would just be so happy and so proud. And so maybe Yoongi will get a Grammy one day. Hopefully one day it will happen. Oh, that brought you to tears. Oh, oh, I'm sorry. Maybe so. I just hope one day he had a lyric about it. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Like I said, the next album come out next year, and then it'll be the 2027 Grammys, and hopefully they will push BTS to get nominated. Maybe they will finally get that Grammy. Um, and I know a lot of the fandom is angry with the Grammys because they would nominate BTS and invite them to perform because they want the ratings. So I'm gonna tell y'all to be honest with you. A lot of the Grammys, when it comes to K-pop and in other genres as well, but when it comes to K-pop, a lot of times they nominate K-pop because they want people to show up. They want viewership for the awards. They know that Cat's Eye is hot right now. They know K-pop Demon Hunters is hot right now. And they know Rose, that Apta song, they know that song was popular. So they will get these artists to come and show up and walk the red carpet and perform like they would do with BTS and just use them. Like I understood that early what they were doing. When I was going back and watching them BTS documentaries, I knew what the Grammys was doing. I'm like they wanted people to watch the Grammys. They wanted viewers because their viewership tanks because not a lot of people are watching these award shows. So they know they need to bring fresh new talent. They need to bring the coolest, the hippest. So a lot of times they nominate these K-pop artists because of that. Do I think any of these K-pop are going to win? No, I don't think any of these are going to win. I don't think Cat's Eye. I don't think Cat's Eye and Rose will win. I think it will be a travesty if Huntrix K-pop Demon Hunter Golden doesn't win. If Golden does not win Song of the Year, to me that would be a travesty. I know there's other things nominated, but to me, Golden to me was the Song of the Year. Period. That not just because of the musicality, but because of the popularity and because it kind of took the industry by storm, and consistently was on the charts a lot. So if they don't win, I would say, yeah, maybe as producer. I feel like Golden has a great chance of winning. Yes, new people expansion. But I feel like if Golden doesn't win something, I think this will be a setup. Like I will be looking at the Grammys with more of a side eye because Golden deserves to be producer, Song of the Year, something. It deserves it. Golden was a smash hit. Golden is a good quality, good produced song. Like musically, it's a good song. I know there's some songs out there that become popular and they're just garbage and they're just earworm, but no, Golden is a really good, high quality produced song. That song is good. That song is a good song. Even people who don't even listen to K-pop heard that song, and I watch YouTube channels where like real musicians have listened to that song, and they said that it's a good, it's composed, it's written good. They said, oh, this is a good song, even though they may not like it or like the genre of music, but the composition and the quality and the mixing, they said they said, oh, this song is mixed really good. That it's a song that the construction of the song is also very catchy and good as well. Am I gonna make you put that K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack on, girl? Speaking of K-pop Demon Hunter, make sure y'all check out my video. I did a video talking about what's going to be next for K-pop Demon Hunter 2. There's a rumor now going around that K-pop Demon Hunter 2 is slated for 2029, 2028. That's what I keep hearing. So I don't know if this is true, if this is going to stand, but that's a long time. If we got to wait 2 years until another K-pop, I mean, 2027, 2028, that's too long for another K-pop Demon Hunter. That's too long. But yeah, I did a video about what's next, like what the things that I've heard, the things that we know so far, and what I would like to see in the next iteration, whether it be a TV show or movie, whatever it is, live action, whatever, about what I would like to see. So I put a lot of effort into that video. Yes. And make sure y'all hit that like button. There's Girl Dad cooking up deliciousness. What's up? Yeah, the lead singer, what's her name? EJ, she wants to collaborate with JK. Oh my God. She's talking about Genu, you better come back. 2029, yeah. I was like, that's too late. That's 2029. I'm sorry. It's too late. They better come out with something before then. I can understand a sequel. They better come out with another TV show, some animated short, something. It does not take that long to make animation. No, it does not take that long. This is not 30, 40, 50 years ago. They can crank out. I know if anime can crank out an animation pretty quickly, I'm sure Sony can do it. Anime cranks out animation, these episodes, they're doing like 20, 25 episodes in an anime show, and they crank them, and there's not that long between seasons. So I know if anime can crank out a whole season in a year, I'm sure within a couple of years, 2029, everybody gonna be forgot about it then and moved on. We're gonna be moving on with something else. So I understand 2027, that would be good. But 2029, yeah, I read that and I was like, that is ridiculous. You're like, I'm gonna forget everybody. Talking about they're so spread out to make you pay for Netflix subscription longer. I guess so. I just feel like Netflix take too, like Sony and Netflix have to put something out before a sequel. They're gonna have to put out some shorts or something. Like there's no way. They're gonna have to do like a side quest or a spinoff or something. Maybe a spinoff or a flashbacks. But 2029 is that's insane. That's insane. Yeah, I know the production costs. They have way less. Well, they need to hire more people because K-pop Demon Hunters has made so much money for Netflix that they better invest. Everyone has moved on. Time goes by so quick. I cannot believe the moment it started to do well, they should have already been back planning this out, doing storyboards, and like, come on, y'all, let's go. Oh my God, please. Yes. When is All of Us Is Dead season 2 coming out? Don't they come out in November? Didn't they say they're supposed to come out in November or December? I've been waiting forever for All of Us Are Dead. Like I've been waiting so long that like my son can watch it. Like All of Us Are Dead is I've been waiting forever. It's supposed to come out. Is it supposed to be December or January or something? I think. I don't know. Yeah, they can hire me. I will work. Cause in my K-pop Demon Hunter video, I put suggestions. Like I made like characters and story suggest like I have so many ideas of how this could work. And so I put a lot of suggestions and I provide visuals. Like y'all know, like I'm an artist, I'm a digital artist. So I provide visuals of art of groups, spin off like groups that I want to see, concepts that I want to see. I put a whole demon world concept. Like I put a lot of effort in this video. I went and thought about like what would I like to see? How would I like to see things? What so I made concepts and I put it in that video. So whenever I get off this video, I'll go take a look at the things that I want to see in the sequel and the concepts and the things that I thought of. I'm like, they should hire me. I'm always trying to fix K-pop. Like I'm tired of K-pop. I'm tired of fixing HYBE problems. And I'm tired of K-pop Demon Hunter thinking of concepts for new groups. I stopped waiting for new shows on Netflix too. Like sometimes I'll get alerts and I'm like, what? I just watched The Witcher. The season I got one more episode. I'm watching Witcher. So y'all, so y'all know I love sci-fi. So I'm a big science fiction fantasy person. Like K-pop is just one of a few hobbies that I have. But really, my roots is comic books and sci-fi. Like I watched The Witcher. I love The Witcher. And then what else was I watching? I watched Sandman. Sandman is one of my favorite. I think I'm gonna watch Frankenstein tonight as well. I think I'm gonna pop some popcorn and watch Frankenstein. But yo, you too, Susanna. I'm big. I'm into like old school horror. Like I want to watch Nosferatu. I'm gonna watch Frankenstein tonight. Witcher, Sandman. Like I'm into like the supernatural. There's like all the K dramas I watch are more supernatural or horror ones. Those are the K dramas that I watch. Yeah, Stranger Things. My daughter loves Stranger Things. We're waiting. We are waiting for Stranger Things. Like I went back and started rewatching all the seasons. I love Stranger Things. Oh, you too chicken. Marie Miller says she too scared, girl. I don't like horror stuff. Like I don't like ghost stuff. I can't do ghosts and spirit stuff. Y'all know I don't do anything ghosts and demons. I can't do it. My brain can't do it. But I do like historical stuff. I like more mysterious stuff. Yeah, The Witcher. Witcher is on Netflix. It's based on a book and a video game. This is their fourth season, and they're gonna be a fifth season too. So yeah, if you haven't checked out The Witcher, if you're into like Lord of the Rings, because I like that kind of stuff. If you're into Lord of the Rings with creatures and it's basically like a fantasy show, but they have witches and vampires and creatures and stuff like that. It's like a mixture between horror and sci-fi. I hate romance stuff. I don't do romance nothing. I don't do romance. I'm not that kind of, which is weird because for those of you who are on my live stream, I write romance. I have a whole ass fan fiction book on Wattpad, that's the only kind of romance I even deal with is when I'm writing it. Vaguely just picking on teenagers for real. I saw that. I was like, what? But yes, I do write a BTS Yoongi based fan fiction. It's on Wattpad. I advertise it frequently. Book one just wrapped, and I am working on book two. And a lot of people ask me about it because I have a lot of readers. Like there are people who subscribe to my channel because of my Wattpad, because I reference that I'm a YouTuber and they come here and they're like, oh my God. So yes, I do write BTS fan fiction, realistic fan fiction. What is it called? It's called Yoongi and Key, and it's on WAP. And then when I post this live stream in the comment section, I will put my link to my Wattpad, the Wattpad story. And like I said, book 1 just ended, and book 2 is going to be called Secrets and Lies, and it is going to be a big reveal in the beginning that our main character has pretty much been lying the entire story. She's lied to everybody, like her and her best friend, but like the audience doesn't know. There's things that the audience doesn't know. There's things that her husband doesn't know, because she's my main character is married to Yoongi. She's a PR person in the K-pop industry. She started working out Big Hit in like 2015. She met with her and Bang PD, and Bang PD hired her to work helping BTS do interviews with the Western media, do PR and stuff like that. So there's kind of like a love triangle between Namjoon and Yoongi in the beginning. But then our main character has secrets. Like she has a really big secret. Like there's somebody that she was engaged to that was in K-pop. That's a K-pop legend that she was engaged to. And there's a bunch of tragic things that happened to her with that relationship that she is not, that her and her best friend only know about. That she has not told Yoongi. She has not told anybody else that she was with this really famous guy, that they had a secret relationship. And it's a very tragic situation with happened with her. But this person, after Yoongi goes off to the military, this person comes back into her life by accident. And she's like, oh God. And so she had been ignoring this person for years. And then they ended up running into each other. And now this person wants to come back in her life. But what is the reason why he's coming back into her life? So there's a whole mystery as to why this person, since Yoongi's in the military now, that this person is trying to push up on her now since Yoongi's away. So I guess this person figures like, well, Yoongi's in the military, so now here's my chance. And so he's really trying to push up on our main character. But it's very realistic. Like it follows the timeline of BTS. It is uncannily realistic. My story is so realistic that people email me all the time asking me, is it real? Like people are like, surely this is real. I said, there's no real, there's realistic elements, but this person doesn't really exist. There are people who are convinced out there that Yoongi's in a secret marriage and that I'm just telling the story of him being in a secret marriage. And I swear to God, y'all, I don't know. Look, for all I know, BTS Sugar is not married. Okay, he's not married. I'm not, because people have accused me of telling a real story and that Yoongi is secretly married. Like I get this all the time. They're like, he's secretly married and you really just telling the story. And I'm like, no, I'm like, I don't know if I'm not, wait, what? And I've had many people hem me up thinking that this story is real and that I'm really telling a real story because it is very realistic. Like I take everything from the business, from the industry that I know of and put it into this story. But because on, if you go to Wattpad, I'm Nomadic Kitty FF on Wattpad, by the way. I know, like, just in case for people don't know, I know 3 people in the industry. They do not work for SM. I mean, they do not work for HYBE. So I know 3 people that work in the industry. Okay. They are not creative. They're not singers, writers, or producers or anything like that. But they do not work for any of the HYBE subsidiaries. So I know one person that these are all, one person I know, he is a contract worker and he's worked for various agencies. Like he's a contract worker. So he works in like events and stuff like that. So events. So anytime there's like SM Town, like when SM Town comes, he's going to be working for SM Town. When APEC had their festa, he worked during APEC Festa. So anytime they have like festivals or concerts and stuff like that in the K-pop industry, he works in that area. I know a person that's a stylist in the industry, and she's been in the industry for quite a while. And then I know somebody that works with clothing and wardrobing, and she's worked in the industry for quite a while. So they tell me things. These people have been in, most of them been in the industry over 5 years. And so they know other people work in the industry as well. It's a very tight-knit, cliquish. And I met these people by accident. Like I wasn't into K-pop and none of that. I wasn't into K-pop, none of that when I met these people. I just happened to get into K-pop afterwards. And so I didn't meet these people with K-pop. Like I wasn't into K-pop when I met these people at all. So it just happened to me. They just happened to, and then like I met one person, and that person introduced me to two other persons. So I started talking to one person, and he was like, "Oh, well, my friend, you would like this friend and this friend." And so we all like get in cacao messages and talk. And I always ask them questions about the business all the time. And then my family has been in the American music industry for 70 years in some way or another. I have a famous relatives who are in the business. I have one particular relative that is a blues musician. That is one of my relatives. His name is Lefty Bates. You can look him up on YouTube. You can Google him. You can look him up. My illustrious relative is Lefty Bates. He was a blues singer a long, long time ago. But I have other family members. My family married into a famous family. My mother, may she rest in peace. I'm from Michigan. I'm from the Detroit area. So if you know about the Detroit area, we're talking about Motown, we're talking about stuff like that. My family are in the gospel end of the industry right now and in the secular end. So I have two halves. I have family that are in the gospel end of the music industry, and then like in the non-gospel, the non-religious. My mom back in the day with my aunts hung around their cousins who were married in this famous, it's not the Jacksons, but it's a adjacent famous musical family. And so my mother, she would hang around in these clubs and these things. My mom was like one what was one of them girls back in the day. So my mother hung around a lot of famous people. My aunt has dated several famous people, which I've told a story. If you are a member, you will see the story that I told about my aunt who was in a very abusive relationship with somebody very famous. And this guy used to beat her, used to punch her in the face and broke out her teeth. And so my aunt finally got away from him in a very spectacular, weird way that's documented. But yes, my aunt dated quite a few famous guys back in the day, um, in Michigan. And some of these men were very, 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 very abusive to her. And but she, she was young and liked that lifestyle. But my mom hung around the club scene and everything. I mean, how else did I get here? I mean, I'm here, ain't I? May my parents rest in peace. I'm like, I'm here, ain't I? Like, y'all see me. I got here. My mom was kind of a wild child back in the day. My mom was a wild child. For y'all that didn't know, my grandmother raised me. My parents did not raise me. My mother was out. Like I said, she came back in my life when I was young. But when I was younger, I was raised by my grandmother. My mother was not a part of my life. My parents were not. My parents were out living that lifestyle. So when y'all talk about like the music industry and y'all talk about Hollywood stuff, my parents were out living that life. They lived that lifestyle, that ripping and running and clubbing and drinking and drugging and all that kind of lifestyle. So that's where, thank God my grandmother raised me. I thank God every day for my grandmother. May she rest in peace as well. But yeah, my parents were not equipped to deal with a baby. Like they should not have been left alone with children because they were, may they rest in peace. I say it with laughter, but it's just the truth. I wasn't raised by them. So I just know that my life was very happy and very settled. You tell your dad used to tell you four kids look like the mailman. Oh my God, I have a friend that my grandmother used to say that too. This is why you're afraid to be in a relationship with men. I have been single for a very long time. Um, but yeah, I love my grandmother. My grandmother was the best thing that ever happened in my life. My grandmother was stable. My grandmother was kind. My grandmother could cook, sew, clean. I learned everything I learned in life through my grandmother. I thank God every day that my parents did not raise me. I don't know what my life would have been like if they would have raised me. Do I have siblings? I have half siblings. My father has three siblings that I know of. There might be more, but my mother didn't have any more kids. Once she had me, she was one and done. She didn't want to have no more kids. But my father has children. I'm the oldest of all of his children, but I'm not close to them. So I mean, they're half siblings, and we all weren't raised. I didn't even know they even existed until like 10 years ago. So I didn't even I've not had no contact with my dad. My dad's passed away by now, but he had a rough life. But yeah, my dad lived that life. Like he was ripping and running the streets and all that kind of like that's just the lifestyle. A lot of my family, that's just the kind of lifestyle that that's why I think that's another reason why I'm such a health nut. Like if y'all know I talk about I work out all the time. I don't drink, I don't except recreationally every once in a while. I don't smoke, I don't eat carbs, I don't eat sugar. Like like I'm a really into like healthy lifestyle, healthy living. And I think one of the reasons is because I understand that like in my family there's like a pattern of addiction. Like there's a heavy addiction in my family. A lot of my family were on and like I said, a lot of it had to do with the lifestyle they were leading. It wasn't really just them being an addictive personality, but I think some of that is in there. But I think that they lived this lifestyle of they wanted to be out there. They wanted to be out there. They just it's fun. It's to be out there, in clubs and parties and So whenever I watch these movies and they have like, Studio 51 and they have like these clubs in the 70s, it reminds me so much of my parents because I'm thinking like that was what everybody was doing back then. So when I'm a child of the 70s. So when I came around, I mean, popped out of the womb in the heyday of the 70s. And the 70s was a wild time. I mean, when y'all watching a movie, like you're watching a movie called Boogie Nights, like that's the kind of shit my parents was into. They was at the club and then they was discoing and they was, like they was like, oh shit. A very heartwarming thank you very much. Yeah. I had, like I said, I had a grandmother that I never experienced none of that. I can just see it in movies. Like I see the movies, when I watch Saturday Night Fever, I think of like my parents were out here at these clubs in Studio 54 and they were at these, there was it back in the day. I see these glamorous pictures of my mother back in the day with her hair and her Donna Summer like dress. My mother was like Donna Summer back in the day. Like she had the hair and and then the hand on her hip and she was just glamorous like back in the day. Like her and my aunts were like this. They wore bell bottoms and glamorous and little crop tops and they were my mom and her sisters were gorgeous. And so they were glamorously gorgeous. And so I could see why they attracted attention and my mother was a very outgoing person. I'm not. I'm a very shy, like wallflower, kind of like weirdo. But my mother was very mainstream and talkative and glamorous and put together and makeup and hair done all the time. That's just how she was, and I'm the total opposite of that. Total opposite. But that's the life, and that's the things in the industry that I understand that I don't like. Like when people talk about the industry, they talk about um I had to be candid with y'all. People talk about like all the things that happen in the industry about artists getting their money ripped off, about artists being leveled with addictions, about artists going, doing wild things at parties. But what rarely enters the conversation is the children. Like a lot of these artists had kids. A lot of these artists were out doing wild and reckless things and ruining their own lives, but then they had children who were left with relatives and parents. And so while they were out having, pool parties in the Hollywood Hills or whatever, no one really thinks, well, what about their kids? Like, where were the kids at? Their kids was at home, some with relatives or friends or barely watched or whatever. So for a lot of us in the 70s and 80s, when it was the heyday of the disco era and the 80s and the partying and the drinking, we are like the collateral damage. We are the fallout from all of that. Like I'm the product of all of that. And so nobody really thinks about us. Like we are kind of like the lost generation of kids, a lot of us, then the 80s hit hard with the crack epidemic and everything hit real hard, especially in the Black community. And it hit, people talk about the crack epidemic and everything, but never really talks about the kids. Like that, I am the collateral damage behind the crack epidemic. About all that hit when I was a kid, all that kept my parents out of my life because the drugs flooded our communities And the 70s and the party and the cocaine era, all of that party and everything trickled down to the 80s. And in the 80s, it was just a hot mess. So, I said I'm the living collateral damage of the industry and the people who are around the industry and how they get sucked in as well. So it's not just the talent, but it's the friends, it's the family. They get sucked into that lifestyle as well. And then they have kids. And then they realize, okay, I want to go out and party till 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, hell, I have a toddler. I can't do that. So either they got to give up that lifestyle, or sometimes they don't want to give up that lifestyle, or they're unable to. And so then you have a whole generation of kids like me that are raised by their grandparents because their parents were in the industry, and they were out drugging and drinking and partying and orgies and just all kinds of crazy things that were going on. They just wanted to party. They were like, "Oh shit, I'm pregnant. Oh damn, well, and so a lot of times it doesn't get talked about. My generation, like people in my age, we kind of got left behind in all of this. Saturday Night Fever, yeah, we were like, they were out partying. They was up living their best life. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I'm a baby. And so you forgot about me, your child. Hello, me, baby. Like, they kind of like a lot of us got left behind. We got put with grandparents and relatives. And thank God I had a good situation. But I know people who lived in my generation, like my brothers, my half brothers, they didn't have good parents. They had mothers, but oh, thank you for the gift, honey. He sent a floating heart. Thank you, Damien. Like my brothers had mothers who weren't responsible, but they kept them, you know, but maybe they shouldn't. But they were raised in very horrific, abusive situations, and I was not. I was saved from all of that. I ain't had none of that. I grew up in a very loving home. You remember Studio 54? Yeah, it was crazy. I watched videos and I'm just like, so this is what they was doing. It's just an insight to what was happening around the time that I was a kid. Like around the time I was born. Like this is what they were doing. And then like I look at these videos of Studio 54, and the first thing I think is, where are y'all kids at? Like I know some of y'all got kids. I know some of y'all left y'all kids somewhere with somebody that they shouldn't have been left them with. A lot of that happened back in the day. And so you have a whole generation of people that are kind of messed up that way, How High allows source music to be used as a convenience store by this woman, Cassandra Vision. Like she stole New Jeans. She stole it all. I tell you, I have a hard time feeling sorry for HYBE and this. I mean, I do, but I don't, because it's like they knew, in my opinion, what they were getting into. They knew. But anyway, speaking of that, unions in K-pop, I'm gonna do a whole video about that. It was announced this week. If y'all didn't hear about it, it was announced in Korean media and Korean news that they have formed the Korean government have formed a committee. Did y'all hear about this? About trying to bring they formed a committee, and this committee got I think one ex K-pop person, somebody's a lawyer, a bunch of other people familiar with the industry, that they're trying to form a committee to look into forming a what kind of things that they can do to help form a K-pop union. I am all for this. Now I know the agencies are freaking out. Executives in the business are freaking out. You saw the headline. Yes, I am optimistic, cautiously optimistic. I hope this isn't a publicity stunt. I hope this isn't something that just ends up going nowhere. They have tried this over the years. Apparently, people have told me that they've tried over the years, and so nothing has happened. And so I want K-pop to start a union. I want them to start a union. I really, really want them to start a union. And so hopefully this is not a publicity stunt. Again, I've heard from people in the industry that they have tried this before, and that it ended up being some kind of publicity stunt, or some sort of just like it never went anywhere. It fizzled out. And so hopefully this actually goes somewhere for once. And so I hope this isn't just like the government grandstanding. And so hopefully things will, and I told y'all in my last video that nothing will change in the industry unless the South Korean government steps in and forces it to change. And so I hope to God that something um, happens to where the South Korean government will actually take this, and the people in the committee will take this seriously. And there's enough evidence that people are taking it, and I hope they're taking it seriously. K-pop needs a union, and I'm going to do a whole video about that, about unionizing in K-pop. And the thing that once again, I'm going to bring up something that doesn't get brought up when we talk about K-pop and the union. They're talking about the artists and the talent and everything. And it doesn't have to mimic the American system. It doesn't have to be like we do the unions here in America with like the SAG-AFTRA and the union for the movie industry and the TV industry. It doesn't have to be that way. They can take bits and pieces, whatever that they want to, and make something that will fit more into the business model of the agencies, and then also with the trainees. Like because people are saying, well, this will end the trainee system. I'm like, it won't. It won't end the trainee system. Now it's gonna change. It will change things, yes, but it will be able to have it to where the K-pop idols will be able to have health insurance and benefits and retirement and stuff like that, because right now they're not classified as employees. They're not. They in South Korea has this weird classification where they're not employees. So they're not contract workers, because there are contract workers in South Korea in different industries. So but they're considered like entertainment like commodities. And so they are in a whole nother separate classification. And they did that shit on purpose a long time ago. They did that on purpose, y'all. They didn't want to classify them as employees because they knew they would have to pay them, and they knew that they would eventually try to organize and unionize. But I am all for reform in the industry. Again, if it means that it's going to change the industry and change the contract, I told y'all, so be it. If you want to make, because people are like, well, this is going to make the music industry in Korea more like in America. And I was like, okay, well, so be it. If you got to fall on the sword, we're going to fall on the sword for it. Because again, HYBE is going to be okay. BTS going to be okay. It is these small groups, it is these small agencies and the small groups that I worry about. That's what I worry about. It is not the HYBEs, it is not the JYPs, it is not all that. So, I it's not that. I worry about the small groups. I worry about the new groups. That's what I worry about. Yeah, they're not classified as employees. No, they're not. So they don't have any rights to benefits. They don't have any rights to wage caps or limits or increases. They don't have any rights to that. So yes, if y'all didn't know, in South Korea, they're not classified as employees. And they're not classified as employed contract workers. They're classified, like I said, there's a weird classification of them being entertainment commodities. So they are considered part of, in South Korea, they have like the entertainment and tourism division. So their contracts and everything is held underneath these divisions. But they don't have the same rights, the worker rights that employ, because if they classified them as employees, then they would have to give them benefits and insurance and a retirement plan. K-pop agencies do not do that. And I tell people over and over again, if you are looking for the industry to regulate itself, it's not going to happen. K-pop agency is not going to regulate themselves. Why would they have no motivation to regulate themselves? What would motivate K-pop to regulate themselves? To regulate and offer better terms and contracts? Not a damn thing. Why would they? It doesn't make any sense to look to these agencies for them to fix the problem. The agency don't want to fix the problem. They want to exploit. I said it in my last video. I said the K-pop industry is exploitive. Period. I said what I said. It's inherently exploitive. You are not considered an employee. You are considered an entertainment commodity. You are not an employee. So people are saying, well, it's going to mess up the bag and mess up, yes, commodities, yes. They said, well, it's going to mess up the bag. For the big artists, maybe, perhaps, but there's a way that there's things that they can do. But at the end of the day, again, my concern is not the few, but the many. The few up at the top Blackpink, TXT, aespa, BTS, they don't have to worry about it. They have favorable contracts. They've been in the business a long time. They are getting good money. What I worry about is the small agencies and the new groups. There, I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. There is a group right now that I absolutely positively adore, and they've been around for about a year and a half now, and I followed them since day one, and they are about and they are about to do a comeback. I love this group, but I have heard things in the industry that this group has been grossly mistreated. And I won't get into details as to what or how or why, but I have heard that this group is being mistreated by their label. That's all I can say. And so they are part of a small label, but they've had success. They've become very popular. And rightfully so, they're very talented. But I feel like the things that I've heard that they are very overworked, very, very, very overworked. There have been groups and things that have come out, like with the Fantasy Boys. Y'all know, some of y'all know about Omega X. If you don't know about Omega X, go look it up, because the Omega X thing was one of the first cases I ever found out about in K-pop. I saw K-pop, fell in love with K-pop in 2022. I was all in love with K-pop thinking, well, it's a little hard. I had no idea. By early 2023 came, I was flabbergasted when I started learning about Burning Sun, when I started learning about Omega X, when I started learning about these contracts, I slowly but surely started learning about the dark side of K-pop around 2023. It was all fun and dance and costumes for me. I thought everything was fine. I had no idea. The Omega X thing, I watched the videos, I read the story, I watched the documentary about how they were treated, and my jaw dropped. I had no idea. I asked Jennifer, I said, Jennifer, did you hear about Omega X? She's like, yeah, girl, because I'm late. And she was telling me, well, there's lots of stories, and I just went and started looking for stories. And I was shocked of how bad these artists were treated. Like, I was shocked about the eating disorder, the mental health issues. Like, I was shocked. Yeah, it's a capitalistic system, you know. Yeah, good faith does so much when the end of it all means, yeah, it's money. They're in it for the money. I said it in my last video. I said these companies are in it. It's a music industry. It's not charity. It's not a museum. It's not an art project. They're in it for money. These executives and owner of these companies, CEOs, in it for money. These smaller groups, those are the people that I want to protect. BTS will be fine. HYBE will be fine. They have enough money to compensate. It is the smaller agency. When they talk about the Fantasy Boys, I talked about the Fantasy Boys months ago. If you don't know about the Fantasy Boys, go look up about the Fantasy Boys. They're a small group in a small company that had horrific rumors about being overworked, just overworked, starved, overworked. People rumor on live streams putting up the help hand sign. They were putting up the help. One guy looked like he was putting up the help hand sign. One guy was apparently crying in the bathroom because he was starving. One guy apparently almost passed out on stage because they hadn't eaten 3 days. Like, they flew here, there, everywhere. They weren't getting no sleep. They weren't eating. They weren't doing nothing. These young men were overworked. There was one guy that was so thin that I was just like, that is just sick and disgusting. He looked like a skeleton in the back. Like, it was just terrible. So the Fantasy Boys situation, and again, when I do this video and I'm going to talk about the unions in K-pop, I'm going to talk about the groups that I'm going to talk about. 3 groups. I'm going to talk about Maiden. If y'all don't know the story about Maiden, I've talked about Maiden before, and Maiden, or the fans who are fans of Maiden have boycotted Maiden, and they have went from a 7-piece group to 4. And they only primarily tour in Japan now. Now they're called Maiden S or whatever. It's a whole story with Maiden. I'm going to talk about Maiden in that story. I'm going to talk about Omega X, which a lot of you guys are familiar with, the abuse of Omega X member, and the fan. Imagine being a fan. Imagine you going to a K-pop concert and you end up staying at the same hotel as the group that you went to go see. And imagine you being excited. You're excited. You're like, oh my God, is that Omega X over there? She was a fan. So she was excited and saw them in a hotel in LA. And then she noticed that this lady was yelling at them. And she was like, what is happening? And was confused as to what was happening. And this lady was yelling at them, screaming at one member, telling him to get up. He was sick. He was vomiting. She was apparently pushing on him, slapping him, like, and this fan recorded the whole thing and was in shock, was like, and said, "Oh my God, I think I just witnessed something crazy. Like I just witnessed something." Like she was shook to witness a group that you all excited to see at a hotel and then see like, wait a minute, who is that yelling at them? Like, is that their boss? Is she smacking him? Like what is, like, like, and then filming it shaking, like, oh my God, like I can't believe this is, that's something you would never forget for the rest of your life. But yes, I'm gonna talk about, and then I'm gonna talk about the third group, which I cannot tell you what's the name of the group was. I do know the name of the group, but I promised somebody I would keep it anonymous. I promised this person I wouldn't tell what group it was. But it's the story told y'all that was in the news. You can look it up. You can Google it, about the K-pop CEO that went to prison in June for beating up a minor. He had assaulted a minor with a metal pipe. He had assaulted this. They were in a boy group. He assaulted this person, and then another band member was trying to stop this. This is the CEO of the company, who also was slash the manager slash producer. Like, them small groups, they had one dude doing like 16 different things. Okay, y'all know, if you don't know, in them small agencies, the CEO is driving the van, the CEO's writing the songs. I'm sure Bang PD, when he started Big Hit, he was not only the CEO of the company, but he was also doing other things. So yes, there's a small agency out there. I won't say the name of the agency, because y'all can probably deduce who it is. But yes, if you Google it and look it up, there is a story that flew under the radar. This story got no traction, nothing at all. Somebody told me this story 2 months ago while I came on a live stream and told y'all about it. And everybody was like, "What are you talking about?" And people were horrified when looking up the story. They were like, "How did this story not get out?" A CEO went to prison in June of this year because he had beaten up a minor with a pole, that was part of a boy band, a boy group, and the other one was trying to stop him, and he got hit upside the head too. This band member is no longer in the group, and to be honest with you, I don't know what happened to him. It's kind of like he disappeared. He was in the hospital, from what I know, for 2 weeks, and the other member that was trying to help him, who got hit in the head, I think he was in the hospital for like 3 days. This kid was 17 years old. The CEO was mad because the CEO had accused the 17-year-old of having a relationship, or a sexual relationship or something, with a manager. I've heard a manager, a stylist. I've heard different things. But apparently this 17-year-old, I don't know if they're guilty of this or not. I don't know. But either way, it's not enough for him to beat up a 17-year-old kid. Apparently he accused this kid of seeing somebody on the staff, or sleeping with somebody, a manager. They've said it was a manager. I don't know whether the manager was a male or a female. I don't know. But the boy denied it. He said, "No, I have not." Maybe they were just flirting. Maybe they were just talking. I don't know. Okay. Really, nobody knows. Because even the person who told me this, they were saying that they weren't quite sure whether the 17-year-old really was seeing somebody on the staff. They said he may have been, may have not have been. Who knows? But either way, if your artist is seeing somebody on staff and you think it's an inappropriate relationship, then you need to you would fire the staff members. It won't be the first time that a K-pop person has been seeing somebody on flirted or slept with somebody. It's happened before. Yeah, and he put the guilt on the minor, yes. So he confronted this 17-year-old. Now, when I say confront, let me tell y'all this story. Okay. When I say confront, this manager had a reputation of getting drunk at 2 o'clock in the morning and showing up at the boys' dorm and tearing things up and saying, "Why is the dorm dirty?" He complained about the boys not cleaning the dorm properly. He complained about the boys making too much noise, because apparently I guess the neighbors in the I was gonna say hotel, not hotel, but the apparently the apartment complex and the dorm that they were staying. Maybe some of the neighbors complained that it was like, I think the group was like 6 of them. Okay, so they're all staying in this small apartment. And so the manager would get drunk and would just show up and wake them up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, yelling at them about various things. And so this happened all the time. They would get waken up. The manager would come in, would unlock the door, because he had a key, would come in and just start yelling. This is not clean, or you guys are making, I heard you guys are making too much noise, or whatever. Whatever it was. I think the manager had a problem with alcohol, allegedly. And so he would just yell at them. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, he would just come in drunk and just and get mad and then ransack the place and tell them to clean it up. Like he was like the mommy dearest of K. And he was the CEO slash manager, it was a small agency. And so he would yell, he would do this all the time. So, and then somehow the manager, again, I don't know, maybe in his drunk, addled mind, he thought maybe the boy, but apparently there had been a rumor going on for quite a bit in the band that this 17-year-old was seeing somebody on staff. Like I said, I don't know what the extent of the relationship was. It a physical relationship? I don't know. Was it a man or a woman? I don't know whether it was even true. But apparently the CEO heard about this, so he got drunk 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I think 4 or 5, maybe o'clock in the morning. He show up and he's yelling and he snatches this kid up out of bed and he's like, "You've been seeing such and such or sleeping with such and such," and the kid's like, "I haven't. What are you talking about?" And the other members are like, "What is going on?" And he's yelling at this kid, and I guess the kid was like, "No, I have not," and then they get into a heated argument. And then the other band member was like, I guess, trying to diffuse the situation. And apparently, y'all know from BTS that like they would do laundry, and even in South Korea, they have like these poles where they hang their clothes up. So they don't have enough closet space. So, you have a clothing rack. So you have this pole and you have where you hang your clothes at. And then sometimes the little cart will have wheels. And every K-pop group, especially ones that live in small dorms, they don't have enough space in their closet. So they have these racks of clothes everywhere. So you'll see like in these old videos or these small groups, they have these racks of clothes everywhere. So they have these things on wheels. And so apparently the guy threw the rack down and pulled the pole out. Apparently. That's what I hear allegedly. And he pulled the pole because these things, you put them together. So you can easily just unscrew the pole. And apparently he snatched the pole out and he was threatening with the kid, like, "You're going to tell me the truth." And I guess he was swinging this metal pole or this metal bat at this kid, trying to get him to supposedly confess or tell the truth. And he was swinging it and hit this kid and was beating this kid with this pole. So his bandmate jumped in and was like trying to stop, and he got hit. And it was just a big commotion. And apparently they called the cops, and apparently it was, like I said, it was so bad that this kid was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Like he was in the hospital for a while. This guy was he's just wildly swinging and it was hitting him. And he's skinny. I've seen a picture of this kid, skinny kid, little kid. And he's a kid. I think he just turned 17. So he was just a kid. And he beat this kid with a pole. Like he's swinging it and he hit him quite a few times. And so it made the news twice. And again, I thought this was the craziest story. And I was surely my friend was lying. And then I looked it up, and lo and behold, yeah, it was true. It was absolutely positively true. This is a true story. And it never made the news. They never said what group it was. And this kid, he left the group. And the other kid, he went to the hospital and he came back. He's back with the group. They had to come back earlier this year. And it didn't, they debuted and they hit the ground running. Like I remember when they debuted, and their first album and their first couple of songs was good. Okay, good night, Ice Queen. I'm finna head out too in a minute. The staff is always usually over the age of 18. So they were adults, yes. So clearly, yes. Clearly the staff member, even if the staff member was being with the 17-year-old, they were in the wrong. The CEO should have went to the staff member and fired the staff member. That's what usually normally happens in the industry. The staff member should have been questioned. They should have told the staff member, cut it out, or at push come to shove, this is their second or third warning. They should have cut the staff member and fired the staff member, and that's it. As to why he would go after, but then again, like I said, the context is this particular CEO would show up drunk at their dorm frequently 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning yelling at them. So this person pattern. This person had a reputation in the industry for being a very mean person. This person should have not, in my opinion, been working in the industry, especially around children, young people. This person had a reputation in the industry, from what I heard, of being a very abusive person. This person was mean spirited. They were a mean drunk, and they allegedly, from what I heard, and they should not be have been in the industry. That this person had a history of talking bad to staff. This person had a history of just being belligerent. Like, this person was not a very good, nice person, and apparently this person got into the industry because they wanted to make money. So that's a problem with a lot of these agencies. The CEOs get into these business to make money. They don't really care about the artists. They don't care about the music. They don't care about nothing. They got into the industry to make money. And that's what this person got into the industry, to work these young kids. And again, when they debuted, they hit the ground running. They had a unique look and all of that. Now they've totally changed their concept completely. They got a new CEO for the company. And the company, from what I know, has other groups. They have a solo artist and some other groups. And they've totally changed their concept. And so now their concept, and then like they came out with an album and it didn't really do much. And then I saw their video and I'm like, is this the same group? Because they had totally changed their concept. And so the songs that they did come out, they didn't chart like when they first came out. They had a few songs that really did chart in South Korea. And so, like I said, when I do my union video, I'm going to give you, and then where I'm going to talk about Maiden. And Maiden, if you don't know the Maiden story, the Maiden story is so egregious because the CEO of that particular company was sexually harassing an 18-year-old. He was sexually harassing her. She was a member of the group. She eventually ended up dropping out of the group. She was about to have a nervous breakdown. He was sexually propositioning her, harassing her, and he still works. He's not the CEO anymore, but he still works for this label as a producer. But he was the CEO, and this group, there are the other girls have left the group, and they have not said much of anything. Apparently, they've gotten settlements, allegedly. But this one girl, she left the group first, and she's currently suing the group. I got to see what happens with their court case. I think the court case, is late next month. But yeah, Maiden is another one that I'm going to talk about, if you have not heard about Maiden. And the fans have boycotted the agency, and it's a big thing. It's a big thing online. But Maiden was a group that hit the ground running. They have some bangers, and he still works there. Yeah, the CEO, he's not the CEO. They got a new CEO, but they found out, like the netizens, the people online, they was on it. They found out that this man, he's now a producer. So he still works for the agency, but he's a producer. He's not the CEO anymore. So Maiden, they did this little girl so bad. They did her. I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit about Maiden, y'all. The Maiden thing, I could do a whole video. Like the CEO was also like the co-creative director, and he helped produce the music. It's a small label. Like, how can I put this? Maiden, they put this girl in this outfit that was overly sexualized. They would have the girls out there dancing with no safety shorts on. Like, I'm not lying. These are real things. They would have these girls out here dancing with no safety shorts on, with their booty cheeks hanging out. These girls were 17, 18 years old. They would put them in really ill-fitting, inappropriate outfits, what a lot of people think on purpose. This is what the CEO would have them do, because he was their creative director as well. And then people would get online and talk about these guys would have like these websites where they would talk about Maiden and talk about how they would be dressed like hookers, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Like, there's an outfit that, I mean, my jaw dropped. Like, I was like, they had this girl dressed. Yeah, because a lot of times when they wear short skirts, they have safety shorts. They had these girls out here with no safety shorts on, like, and they said that they would do it on purpose. Yeah, it's a whole thing. If you Google it, Maiden, and you Google Maiden sexy outfits, it brings up a whole articles where they were talking about they would have these girls out here just dressed. They would go to and you could tell these girls was uncomfortable. They would go to fan meets, and these men would show up at these fan meets, and you could just tell these girls they was just standing there like this, like, you could just tell that they was uncomfortable. They had them in little bitty little shorts, little bitty little, and you could tell these girls was just like embarrassed to be standing up there, and they looked so embarrassed. They would dress them in too inappropriate stuff, and these girls were young. when they first debuted. And they would have them go to these families and these men, and they would go online. These men would talk about how they was dressed, and yeah, the maiden thing, jaw dropped, and it's still ongoing. Like I said, they went from 7 down to 4. One girl, she's suing. The other 2, they mysteriously left. No, 3 of them, like there was 7. One girl got in, she's suing. So there was 6 of them. And then the other 2 mysteriously left. They mysteriously just disappeared. So now there's 4. They can't tour in South Korea because the fans been on them. They've been boycotting them. So they didn't went to Japan, and they've been doing stuff in Japan. Now there's 4 of them. Yeah, it was disgusting. The outfits, if you see the outfits the 17-year-old wearing, I mean, I was like, and they put her in that and put it on like the photograph, because they started out real cutesy and nice, but then after like their second like comeback, they started, the CEO just started to put them in more revealing. And you could tell these poor girls were so uncomfortable. And they were just standing up there like with these outfits, these little short, and they were up there dancing. And you could just tell that they was just like, oh my God. We're talking about Maiden. We're talking about Maiden. We're talking about Lisa, Blackpink, which stage outfit? She wore a lot of stage outfits. Which one we talking about, Lynn? Yeah, yes. If you Google it, yeah. Yeah, there's been a boycott for a while. Yes, the CEO still works there. He's a producer. Mm-hmm. And the CEO got in, he would get her on the plane, and she recorded what he was saying to her. And he was like, well, you should be my girlfriend and everything. And she was like, please just leave me alone. Like, you can listen to the recordings. It is chilling. It is heartbreaking. I mean, she was literally like 18, 19 years old. She's begging this guy, please just leave me alone. Please just leave me alone. He was sitting next to her on the plane and be like, you should be my girlfriend. You should go out on a date with me. This is a 40-something-year-old man asking a 19-year-old girl, would you go out with me? Just go out on one date. Just one date. She like, please just stop. She like, please just leave me alone. Please just stop. You know, you can hear I listen to recordings. Horrific. Like the guy he wouldn't leave her alone. She couldn't get on the plane. He was sitting next to her on the plane. And ask her, go out with me, go out. He would make crude jokes. She like, please, just leave me alone. She would call her parents crying. Like, this man, this old ass nasty man won't leave me alone. I can buy you purses. I can make things good for you. And if he did it with her, I'm for sure he probably did it once she was gone, probably moved on to some other chicks. Moved on to the other 2 that mysteriously left. He was on the plane begging her to be his girlfriend and give me a kiss. And she's like, please just leave me alone. Like, stop. Like, no, I don't want to. Please just leave me alone. No. And to hear, and then knowing that her group members are watching this, probably going like, they didn't know what to say. Like, the group members, they didn't know what to say. They didn't know what to do. I mean, they didn't want to get in trouble and get kicked out the group. They didn't know and they're all young. Like, what do you do? And they looking like, oh God, like, and they felt bad, and then they couldn't say anything. And I'm sure they, came up to her and was like, girl, and she couldn't take it no more. And so she came and wanted to lead a group. And then her parents asked for a settlement, and they didn't want to give her a settlement. They should have gave her any settlement she wanted to. Deal with that nasty 40-some-year-old man up there. And then the mom did a press conference. And, they didn't know how bad it was. They just thought like, oh, just deal with it a little bit. They didn't know how bad it was. And this man was literally propositioning her day and night to go on a date with him, to sleep with him. Like, and then they got rid of him as CEO, and he just moved to and now he's a producer. And yes, there's a huge boycott. And poor Maiden, like, it's crazy. Like, that is. And so that, when we talk about K-pop humans, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. That's the kind of shit that needs to be protected. These big groups are okay. It's the little ones. These are the type of shit. What happened with Omega X should have never happened. What happened with that other group where that minor got assaulted should have never happened. What happened to Maiden should have never happened. If they were part of a union, then it would stop these kind of things from happening. Then they then got in, would have had more legal recourse. She would have had more leverage, and now she has to fight it out in the courts with them for them to give her a settlement. She has to fight it out in the courts. And at first they told her to go, they threatened her and told her to go online and say everything was fine. Yeah, girl, yes. They threatened her and they was like, go online and say everything's fine. So she went online and was like, oh, okay, everything's fine. Because they threatened her. Yes, it's very sad. They just want to be artists, and they said they get so that's why I said K-pop unionizing will be good for smaller artists and for smaller entities, because those are the ones that need to be protected. Especially, God knows, I'm going to talk about this in my video, especially the minors. The minors need to be protected. The ones underneath the age of 18 need to be protected. Desperately need to be protected. Them working 10, 11, 12 hours a day, them not eating. And then, these young people, they're getting trainees younger and younger now. YG got a new girl group coming out, 4-member girl group. And I think the youngest one is like 15. Like, it's crazy. And then like the things that they have to do, especially, like I said, at least YG is a big company. And I told y'all, like, with these smaller companies, they need investors. And so they have these parties, like, with their talent. Like, the agency will have their talent be at a party with investors. And I tell y'all, with these fucking parties, like, I tell y'all the things that be going on. If y'all have followed You Don't Eat, Girl, It's Midnight. Isn't midnight? If y'all don't follow the Chinese actor that supposedly fell out the window or whatever, and how, like, if you get into videos, they start talking about these parties that the actors in China have to attend. It's the same thing in South Korea. Like, when they have to attend these parties. And they talked about, like, in China, and I'm learning more about the Chinese movie industry and the TV industry. It's shady as hell. And these parties that these actors have to attend, and they have people there basically sleeping with these actors and actresses. Like, basically just like using them, like pimping them out, basically. And some of that happened in South Korea as well. Like, they will show up and their goal is to get you really, really drunk. The goal is to get the talent really, really drunk. We'll just get them really, really drunk, and Korea has a drinking culture. So they have talent, they have agencies, and agencies like, okay, we need investors. We're going to have a party. We're going to have all these groups here. And they be getting these young men and women really, really, really drunk. And then all kinds of things may be happening and that they may be taken advantage of. And a lot of people are against these gatherings and these parties in China and in South Korea. And they said that, they don't, a lot of agencies are like, no, we're not going to do this. We're not. But these new agencies, they don't really have a choice. They need investors. They need money. And so part of the game of getting investors is schmoozing up to them. When they talked about Hee Jin, and remember, she was going to this meeting with these Davos Link investors, and they were meeting at hotels, and they were having dinner. This is how you get investors. This is the name of the game. So Hee Jin was with the Davos Link CEO chairmen, meeting up and having drinks and talking, and that's what they have to do. But with agencies like that, it's on sometimes it's on a bigger scale. We need several investors. We need to go to several types of parties. So, invite the talent. The talent will be there, and of course the women, they make them sit there and pour the drinks. Like, it's a whole thing in South Korea. Like, they make the women pour the men the drinks, and the women gotta wait on these old ass oppas, and they gotta serve them food and shit. It's just, like it's just stuff like that. It's stuff like that. Yeah, and yes, what the trainees have to go through is different. It's just, and the American industry is shady too, but it's usually shady for adults. I can say many things about the American entertainment industry, but it's not full of kids. Like there's like the Nickelodeon shit and shit like that. That's a different thing. But the music industry itself is not full of children. K-pop is full of kids. It's full of trainees. The trainees, they cranking them out younger and younger. Like they like, oh, we'll start you at 13. What? 12, 13-year-old? What? Okay, what? So now, like, K-pop is starting to get to this thing where they're cranking out these kids. They're going to groups and they 16, 17 years old. And so a 16, 17-year-old shouldn't be at a drinking party. A 16, 17-year-old shouldn't be hanging around no dusty ass 50-year-old businessmen who are leering at them and looking at them while they stand up there and wear fucking schoolgirl outfits at this party all day. That may just be an example. I'm just saying. It's an example. It's an example. I'm not saying, that's real, but I'm just saying it may or may not be. But I'm just saying that this is, when, you're taking these young people to a fucking hosting bar in Hongdae, and they got to sit around these old men with these old oppas sit next to them and rub on their leg and be like, ooh, you sure are pretty. And you're like, and here, we need you to pour drinks because that's expected. You're a female, you need to pour drinks. And they're looking at you like you a cross between a servant or a hostess, and you just want to sing and dance. But you up here pouring drinks for some 50, 60-year-old oppas, whether they be Chinese, Japanese, or whatever. Even European ones. Whatever investors that they need to get. And these poor girls up here pouring these drinks with these little short skirts on, and they staring at their asses. And I'm like, but that's the name of the game. That's what you have to do. It's the name of the game. And like I said, the men, they don't fare no different either. Like yes, they up there with the old oppas. Up here, like, wear your cutest outfit, girls. And here they are, expected to pour drinks and serve food. Like you a damn waitress. I mean, because that's culturally acceptable. Like you're the female, you pour the drinks. And you serve the food, and it's sitting next to old ass Oprah. And pretend that while his hot breath all in your face and his crooked ass teeth and his hot breath because he's a millionaire. Then he's trying to get the young people to drink. Here, you drink too. And they're like sitting there uncomfortably, don't know what to do. While the CEO's telling them, go ahead, just sip a little bit. Just pretend that you're drinking and then spit it back in the cup or some shit. Like, I don't know this happens. I'm just guessing, but yeah, they barely out of middle school. Cordis is young. Yes, it is what it is. Cordis is young. Like they started like the youngest trainee started when he was 14, 15. Cordis is like my children. Cordis is like my sons. I call them my sons either. Oh, that's a juicy. Yeah, a juicy. Yeah, that's not an old Oprah. That's a look, grandpa. But yeah, Cordis is very young. Yeah, Cordis is young. Very young. They're like, I think the youngest one's like 16. I think the one young, he's barely out of diapers. That's like my son's age. But yeah, like this is what they have to do, with small groups. And I think being in a union will stop a lot of this. Will hopefully stop a lot of where they will have, especially the young people have protections. Like we're like, okay, no, they can't be out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning at a hostess bar. Like they need to be, no, they off the clock. They need to stay off the clock unless they getting paid. Because they be doing a lot of stuff off the clock that's supposed to just be for the company benefit. Or it's a party, or it's a gathering, or this is a company party event. And really they're really kind of working too. They are expected to work the room and expected to smile and and it's like, I'm really working. How late is it? We got to get up early in the morning. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Child, just like with Omega X, they said Omega X, one of the members saying that they used to text message them and wake them up at 3 a.m. and they talking about which one of y'all available to head on over to the hosting bar. Child, I ain't gonna say nothing about that though. I'm gonna say less. But yeah, Omega X, that was part of the complaint too. That CEO was calling them at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Child, I don't know what she was calling them at 2 o'clock in the morning from. Honey, I don't know what she was calling them at 3 o'clock in the morning for. But it didn't sound like they was pouring no MF and drinks, Omega X. It didn't sound like they was pouring no drinks to me. Talking about the CEO calling them at 2 a.m. Shit, I'm like, the CEO's calling them at 2 a.m. I read those in those court papers. Talking about the CEO of Omega X is calling them at 2 a.m. Baby. It didn't sound like she was telling them to come and pour no drinks. It's like she She was asking them to come and sound like she was asking them to come pour something else at 2 o'clock in the morning. Which one of y'all available? What? Yeah, I need y'all to come over real quick. I said, Lord, that lady probably was mm-mm. And they can't put their phone on do not disturb. They have to be available, at all times, just in case management needs to call them, or your CEO call your lady CEO calls you at 2 o'clock in the morning, tell them, can you come over real quick? Talking about what are you doing? She wasn't asking for no soldiers. Talking about they wasn't pouring no soju. I'm like, wait a minute. I read those court files and I was like, did anyone miss why she kept calling them at 3 a.m.? I was like, what was she calling them at 3 a.m.? Child, nobody answered that question. Talking about, well, she would call us at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. For what? I'm like, talking about sometimes she would call just to talk. If you don't, I do not want to have my boss calling me at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, talking about, what you doing? Sleeping? What do you want? I don't know. So how things going? I sleep. It's 3 a.m. Talking about sometimes she would just call. She probably was drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning, probably. Child. Anyway, I won't even go there. But anyway, y'all, this is the end of my live stream. I'm finna go. I thought the live stream wasn't gonna be this long. And again, anyway, like, share, subscribe the video. I will be on, like I said, to try to do when I get my face stuff to do like a face live stream. So y'all wait for that. I will let y'all know. I will do a video about source music versus Hee Jin. I'm doing a deep dive on that. And I will do a deep dive about unions and K-pop and talking about Maiden and Omega X and that anonymous group that I can't tell y'all. Talking about, girl, let me sleep. Yeah, really, like 2 a.m. Like, nobody, you ain't talking about nothing at 2 a.m. You better be bringing me some money or some food or some shit. But anyway, y'all, I appreciate everybody being here. Marie Miller, it is what it is. All the rest of the folks that came here tonight, I will be back here next Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. K-Fest Jennifer. Jennifer's here, y'all. Because she just text messaged me telling me I need to go to bed. But K-Fest next Saturday. So we'll see how this goes. K-pop convention. We'll see. I wonder, is there going to be any groups there? We'll see. Not everybody. I will post my Wattpad name. My Wattpad name is Nomadic Kitty FF. F as in Frank, F as in Frank. So Nomadic Kitty FF. So the same name as my channel, but just FF. Stands for fan fiction. I couldn't think of anything else original. So Nomadic Kitty FF. But I will post a link in the comments. And it takes about 24 hours for this video to load through YouTube. So by tomorrow, I'll put it in the comment section on this video, just in case y'all forgot. And that's about it, y'all. Good night. Y'all have a good night. Good night. Susanna. 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 I'm just singing. I'm stir crazy. Bye. Susanna.